and witness the greatest sporting event in the world.
Spectacular performance.
There's live sport for everyone on Discovery Plus.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the second part of Judgment Day 1 here at the Morningside Arena in Leicester. And it's a case of beware of the gloved assassin. A man bidding for his 5th appearance in the last 32 of the UK champs, Anthony McGill, an absolute warrior on the table, a mild-mannered man off it. But when he's in the groove and in the mood, the multiple ranking event winner is a fearsome opponent for anyone, including a man still flying high at the tender age of 52, Anthony Hamilton, the Sheriff of Pottingham. Believe it or not, he made his first appearance at the last 32 of the UK champs back in 1993, the year when Ronnie O'Sullivan first burst onto the scene by taking the title at the tender age of 17. So it's the battle of the Anthonys that's among our focus and attention tonight, but we've got 3 other brilliant matches. And if you're just joining us, this afternoon was brilliant. 2 players from Thailand, 2 from China, getting their names in the draw, which will take place towards the end of tomorrow afternoon's session. And then it all starts at the Barbican on Saturday. It's the MrQ UK Championship, and we're building up brilliantly. So we've got the Anthonys on table 1. Here's a quick rundown of the other 3 matches tonight, and we're very much looking forward to them. Dave Gilbert against Jamie Clark. They've never played, funnily enough. Gilbert's had an okay season, quarterfinals of Northern Ireland. Jamie Clark's had a couple of first-round exits this year, but he's got good memories. He made the last 16 in UK last year. Played very, very well to get through at the Barbican. Liu Hao Chan and Matt Selt, that is a rerun of the Indian Open final in 2019. Matt Selt is still the reigning champion because we haven't gone back there since. So he's won their only encounter. And Jamie Jones against Zach Surety is our other match. Jamie Jones bidding for a 4th appearance in the last 32 of the UK. Did make the quarters back in 16, beating Dave Gilbert en route. Zach Surety beat Alan Taylor and Gary Wilson to earn this tilt at an opportunity to walk down those famous stairs at the Barbican. We are all teed up for a wonderful evening, but one quick shot to show you from this afternoon. If you missed it, take a look at this. It was Noppon Siankam finishing his match against Wu Yiza. It should have gone all the way to a decider, but for this fluke, if it's coming, is it coming, directors? Oh, we might be disappointed. I tell you what, if it is coming, it's brilliant. If not, well, there it is. They've pressed the buttons at last. So this was Noppon Siankam, snookered, Yiza looking like he was going to take it to a decider, and then the ball dropped. It was a match played in a wonderful spirit. Wu Yiza was 2 up early on, and Noppon Siankam came back into the match. It was played in a wonderful spirit. He thoroughly deserved it. It was great snooker. And if tonight is half as good as what we enjoyed this afternoon, we are in for an absolute treat. So, Messrs Hendon and Hallworth have had a fine supper. They're poised and ready to go. What a night in prospect, Hendo.
Yeah, absolutely, Rob. You set it up perfectly. We've had a terrific opening session, and we're just waiting for the introduction of the players for tonight. 4 more names to be found for the final stages. Of course, the 16 qualifiers will go into one bag tomorrow, the top 16 into another, and they will be pulled out between sessions, and we'll discover who's going to be playing who in the first round here at the MrQ UK Championship. Yeah, Stephen, we've had about an hour and a half to collect our thoughts. It was some afternoon, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Good evening, everybody. What an afternoon of snooker we've had. Like you say, it was all happening. We were trying to get as much out there as possible. You know, it was hard to know where to look at one stage. There's drama happening all around the arena, but, you know, there were some fantastic results. Tepchaya Anu, so impressive in beating Ricky Walden. Noppon Siankam playing some great stuff as well. What drama are we going to see tonight? This is very, very exciting here at the Morningside Arena in Leicester. The guys are just arriving into the arena, getting their cues out, ready for battle.
Yeah, 4 interesting matches. I think there's a sort of mix of very experienced players. A player like Zach Surety, who's looking for, I guess, what would be his best ever result if he were to qualify for the UK Championship. These are the 4 matches. We'll be taking you around all the matches, trying to find the best moments, the most dramatic moments. We'll be hearing from the winners as well. and hopefully entertaining you along the way. So here we go, the evening session, Judgment Day Part 2. Let's, should we drop in on table 1 just for the first moment or two, just to set up each match for you? The Battle of the Anthonys, this is. McGill and Hamilton, two great match players. Anthony Hamilton, the age of 52, saw off another 50-something, Dominic Dale, in the last round. 6-3. He hasn't had the best of seasons. Last 32 of the European Masters, which was back in August. His best run, but we know how determined he is. The same is true of Anthony McGill, who's got this carbon fibre cue, of course, and the glove. Very much all in black, isn't he, tonight?
Yeah, the man in black tonight, Anthony McGill. It's my first look at this glove carbon fibre cue combo. Graphite cue, whatever it is. It's pretty intimidating stuff. The smiling assassin, hoping to do the damage.
Well, for what it's worth, it is 3-0 to Hamilton on the head-to-head. We'll see. Anthony Hamilton, a pro since 1991. There's a reason he stayed on that long. OK, his form comes and goes, but when he puts together his best performances, he's a very heavy scorer and just makes it tough for all opponents. So we're just going to look at each match in turn before we settle in on one. This is table 1, and over on table 2, as Rob says, it's surprising they've never played each other before, Dave Gilbert and Jamie Clark, but here they are meeting for the first time. Of course, Jamie Clark beat Mark Williams in York last year, and we saw Dave Gilbert actually on the mainstream beat Julian Leclerc 6-1 pretty impressively in the previous round.
Yeah, I think probably the pick of the round actually was David Gilbert yesterday. He played so well against Julian Leclerc, who himself played very well, but Dave was just far too good. It'll be interesting to see if he can bring that sort of level here tonight. He's up against another shrewd character, Jamie Clark. Looking for a few results himself, actually, of recent. He's been struggling. It's very easy to go a few tournaments, you know, if you're low on confidence without any wins. He's battled very, very hard in his 2 victories so far. Very impressive win over Jordan Brown in the previous round. He'll be hoping to go one better tonight, get himself to the Barbican.
Yeah, he enjoyed it there last year. Obviously beating Mark and reached the last 16. It's such a big event, you know. It's an event that you want to be seen at, just to show everybody, yeah, I'm doing okay in this game. And okay, Mark Williams, he wasn't in the best of health, but it's not about that. It's about how well Jamie played himself. I think in any match you're trying to settle down as quickly as you can. They know it's such an important round. It's the difference between being part of the show next week and having to watch it at home.
Yeah, and these are very important early exchanges across all 4 tables here. The first couple of frames, I know we always say it's so important to get that first frame. You never really settle, but it's very true, particularly in a format like this. You know, you want to stamp your authority as early as possible, let your opponent know that you're here, you're up for it tonight. Jamie's got a good chance here, actually, in this opening frame. Foul from Dave has given him a good opportunity around the black spot. A few loose reds in open play. This will settle Jamie down somewhat.
23.
So, a chance for Jamie Clark early on. But as I say, there are 4 tables here. We just want to drop in each of them at the start of our coverage just to show you what's happening. And table 3 is actually, this was a ranking final back in 2019 in India. Lou Heischen and Matt Selt. Matt Selt was the winner that day. Lou Heischen, as you can see, off to a bit of a flyer here already, up to 47, with a chance to kill the frame off immediately. He was a semi-finalist at the Women Open this season. He beat Ronnie O'Sullivan in the quarterfinals, so he's had a good run of it of late.
Yeah, he's another one who's a very dangerous player on his day. You don't want to be taking this boy for granted. He can play. Straight in as well. Building a nice healthy lead in this opener. Matt Selt's been in good form as well, though. Played very well in his victory over Dylan Emery, who as well played very well. Very high scoring affair.
Yeah, Lou Hirschin beat Jusseur in the last round. Of course, he was the maximum man earlier in the qualifiers. But it was 6-2 to the man at the table. Reached the last 16 of the UK Championship back in 2017.
55.
He's still a young man. He's been around a while, but he's 25. So still young. We first saw him as a wild card when he was literally 14 years of age.
Well, he may have just come a little bit short there on the red. Wanted to come up the table a little bit straighter than that, try and get a little bit closer to the reds. Playing for the outside reds as we look at it. Don't think he's on it.
Well, he's looking at the plant here. He's going to have to make this. And he hasn't done. So that was a good chance, but just lost his way.
62.
62 the lead, but still plenty on there. The other match tonight, Jamie Jones and Zach Surety. Jamie Jones 19-0 up as we pick it up here. Very feisty competitor, Jamie Jones. We saw Michael White actually went to the same school in Neath. He was beaten narrowly earlier on, 6-5 by Fan Zhengyi. And Zach Surety had a terrific win over Gary Wilson, 6-3, sort of result that people would sit up and take notice of.
Yeah, an incredible result for Zach. Played very well in that game as well. Jamie Jones, a very solid player, is another one who's a bit of a bustling character. He's always on the move, he's always on the lookout, he's very busy, he's so intense as well when he's out there. That itself is quite intimidating. I've played him a few times and it's not nice to see him stomping around the table when he's in good form. He'll be hoping for more of that this evening. Takes the game very seriously and everything that comes with it, you know, his practice, his discipline, his health. He's very active. Of course, he's an ambassador for the Jessie May Hospice that is a partner charity for the World Snooker Tour. Does a lot of charity work. He'll be looking to book his place at the Barbican.
Yeah, another, we keep saying it, but another dangerous potential qualifier. Again, this season's been relatively quiet. Got to the last 32 of the Wuhan Open out in China, the new ranking event. Has been a quarter-finalist at the UK Championship back in 2016. So that's kind of set things up. So there's the smorgasbord of snooker that we've got for you this evening, the quad screen as we call it. And table 2, I think, is it looks like Lou Hirschin's won that first frame against Matt Selt, but table 2, Dave Gilbert, he was 50-0 down. Jamie Clark couldn't continue the break. And Dave Gilbert's got a great chance, you've got to say, to steal this frame. We've seen a few steals already today, key clearances.
Yeah, and this is not the position you want to leave this man. From what we saw yesterday in his game with Julian Leclerc, he was very, very dangerous in amongst the balls.
30.
This is like a practice setup for him. Of course, it's not a practice setup out there. There is pressure. He's 50 points behind when he came to the table, but what a chance he's got, the farmer, to take this opener. He's such a lovely ball striker, is Dave. Got a beautiful cue action. Very long.
38.
Just looks so easy when he's playing the game.
39.
We've already seen today how important these little mini steals can be. Oh, that's it. Oh, how was that dropped, Dave? How was that dropped?
Well, the classic wiping its feet. They did a bit of wiping as well, didn't it? Look at this again. Oh, wow. Well, it's made a big difference.
Yeah, to be fair, that should not be dropping. Dave's had a massive touch there because that looked for all the world that was going to stay hanging over the pocket. I think Jamie Clark was nearly out of his chair and at the table there, but the black has dropped and that's all that matters for Dave. He's got to try and take advantage of that. As I was saying, we've seen so many little mini steals today, in particular the few that Tepchire made against Ricky Walden. He pounced on a number of mistakes that Ricky made and it made the difference in the end. Dave's got to do the same here.
55.
Yes, and there's something about doing it in the first frame, just setting that tone right from the off. You put your opponent on notice. You give me a chance, you're going to be in trouble.
I must say the bedcloths on these tables today look like they're playing exceptionally well. It's just effortless out there, and someone like Dave who just loves to float through the cue ball. He really does just nip into the points that he's trying to find, and that will really suit him this evening. Perfect conditions for high scorers, and Dave is one of them.
Well, he's taken these so nicely. He needs green and brown. Wow! Can you believe that? After all that hard work, a regulation green missed, and Jamie Clark can, well, barely believe his luck. Okay, you've snookered, but the green could have been in.
Wow, that is incredible. How has he missed that green? He must have just taken his eye off the pot, concentrating on the cue ball across the face of the brown. I can't believe what I've just seen there. What a let-off for Jamie Clark.
Yeah, an early blow for Gilbert. I mean, he might win the frame yet, but that just came out of absolutely nowhere.
So already this feels like a massive part of this game. Could we be looking back at this frame in a few hours' time, saying it was a turning point? Here's another look at that green. There was no reason for Dave to miss that. No reason whatsoever.
69.
He'd played such a good break up to that point. He's just lapsed of concentration maybe and just took his eye off the pot. Just focusing on the cue ball. Jamie's got to punish him for that. Oh dear, that is a shocker as well from Jamie Clark. Anything but the double kiss. So, chance for Dave to reprieve himself.
The drama has already started, hasn't it? We're only gone about 10 minutes. Get used to it. He's missed it again. Good grief. Well, something about that green doesn't agree with him.
I'm gobsmacked. The nerves are clear out there, that's for sure. There's a lot of tension out there in the arena. Judgment Day, that's what it can do to you. Now Jamie has got to settle himself. Just try and pot this. Should be nicely on the brown. And he is. Big moments.
Well, to miss it once is one thing, but to miss it again, he's going to take a bit of recovering from if he does lose the frame.
Yeah, he's almost dealt a bit of a body blow to himself there as Dave. A couple of golden chances to take this opener. So, big shot for Jamie. He's going to be stretching over just a fraction here as a right-hander. Just needs to steady himself again. One good pot.
Well, stick around because there'll be plenty more drama like this. But Dave Gilbert, my word, he has made two unbelievable mistakes really for a player of his quality. Two missed greens. Jamie Clark needs the black. I bet he can't believe his luck. What a start to the evening that is. What a frame to win for Jamie Clark. I'm sure he didn't think he'd get the chance. Maybe both times that Gilbert was on the green, but he did, and he takes out the clearance. We'll be back with plenty more live action shortly, but of course there is a new initiative this season. World Snooker Tour have introduced a prize, a special £147,000 bonus for any player who makes 2 maximum breaks in the various Triple Crown events, this UK Championship, the Masters and the World Championship. And earlier on in the qualifiers, we saw this from Jusser. Yeah, so this was earlier on, obviously, in the qualifiers against Ma Hai Long, and big moments for Jusser. But it's become bigger, Stephen, hasn't it? I mean, the maximum is huge anyway, but now this carrot is dangling, and it's quite a big carrot, 147,000 for 2 in the big 3. If you've made 1, it focuses the mind a bit.
Yeah, certainly, and make no mistake, come the World Championships, Jusser will be definitely have one eye set on that. I think if I was him, I'd be going for the max every time I got a chance around the black spot, that's for sure. It's not every day you get the opportunity to scoop £147,000 for a couple of frames of snooker. This was a fantastic break, by the way. You know, he's made it look very simple. He's a pretty cool character. He doesn't show a lot. He's a very good player as well. Bases himself at the Ding Academy in Sheffield. All these hours of hard work on the practice table for moments like this. What a special occasion.
So this is the moment. It looks easy, but of course the pressure's on. It's the perfect break, 147. And Jusser needed this black to complete it. And in it went. Brilliant stuff from Jusser. Of course, he was beaten by Lou Harshan after that. Now then, this is table 4. 35 in it, 35 on between Jamie Jones and Zach Surety. So Zach Surety needs red, black and the colours to force a respot. Zach Surety ranked 78 in the world. Attempting the snooker here. Yeah, he's never been past the last 32 of a ranking event. That's the stage he's trying to get to. He's been in 4 in his career, so this would be a huge... I think we'd have to say this would be his biggest ever win if he won tonight to get into the main draw at York.
Yeah, I would agree, actually, because he would have had to have beaten some very good players to do it. He's a steady player, Zach, and he's been about for a number of years. He's not really reached the heights he probably would have liked. And, you know, something as big as this evening, if he is to get the win here, it could be the springboard that he's after. He's a lovely lad, is Zach. I always get the impression he just lacks a little bit of confidence, and I can completely relate to that. It's a tough school out there.
Well, it's a good hit from Jamie Jones. He just sort of ummed and ahed exactly how he was going to play that, but he's hit it. Obviously, the yellow doesn't really favour Zach Surety, but he's still got some sort of chance in this frame. Well, looks like a full ball snooker. Just going to show you table one. I think there was just a disagreement about the scores, but they seem to have resolved it. Yeah, I think there was just a disagreement about the scores. Meantime, Jamie Jones has got the last red. If we can just go back to table 4 and see that. Because this is frame ball. And then it goes. So Jamie Jones should be 1-0 to the good. All these matches just getting underway, of course, but some pretty good snooker being played already. Matt Selt lost the first frame to Lou Hyson, but he's looking good to win the second. .63 in front, so not much more to do. As I say, it's an interesting match, this, because this was a ranking final. As I say, back in 2019, it was only a best-of-9 final. Matt Selt won 5-3 to win the Indian Open. Hasn't had the chance to defend it since. He was a quarter-finalist at York in 2015. Yeah, red and high-value colour should be enough here for one each.
64.
Not had any success yet for the British contingent today in this UK Championship. Of course, we had 2 Chinese players and 2 Thai players successful this afternoon. Ding Junhui and Fang Zhengyi, and Tep Charandu and Noppen Senkam. Matt Selt, a Romford boy, learned his trade in Essex in the thriving snooker scene there. Well, he's not on the red, but his opponent does need a snooker. Obviously, he wanted to really clinically kill the frame off.
Yeah, it's very annoying when that happens, because Liu Hao Shan will obviously carry on now. It's just the one snooker to tie. Just prolongs the frames, and in this style of format, the matches can go on for a while, so you've got to try and conserve as much energy as possible. Potting that extra red makes a big difference. So, just going to drop in over on table 2. You may have heard it in the arena. There was a massive miscue from Dave Gilbert, and he's left Jamie absolutely bang in. Worrying sign so far for Dave. We saw that missed green in the opener. Just had a really bad miscue, actually. I hope his tip's okay.
Yeah, it's amazing, really. He was looking serene, wasn't he, as he was attempting the clearance in frame 1, but now anything but.
So
Here's another look at that MrQ, trying to play a deep screw on the red, back up for the blue or balk colours. Completely mistimed it, and in doing so has left Jamie Clark with a chance, but he's missed the red. Wow, he's come across that one. He didn't hit that one very well. What a let-off for Dave.
Yeah, there's a lot of nervous energy around this match, isn't there, with things that have happened so far, and it's sort of in the air, and it's hard to dispel it when that happens. There's Dave working on his tip.
Yeah, you know you're in for a night of drama when the toolkit comes out in frame 2. In amongst the sandpaper. I do hope his tip's okay. It's never nice to see a player MrQ like that. Maybe just trying to rough up the shiny spot it would have left when he MrQ'd. But a little bit of a result for Jamie. He's not left anything for Dave, so just the safety shot. Both players are just going to have to settle down. Of course, it means so much to them both.
Should we go to 1? Well, this frame is still in the early moments. Yeah, it's going to take a bit of winning as well, I think. But let's drop in on table 1, where we've got the Anthonys, McGill and Hamilton. And here is Anthony McGill in the first frame, 14 in front at the table. He sort of looks a bit like the milk tray man, for those of you old enough to remember those old adverts. If you don't remember them, don't worry about it.
Missed the pink to middle. That was a big shot. Pressure pot. He wasn't ideal on it. It was a very difficult shot, but he has missed it. And this is going to be a tight opening frame here on table 1. Quite low scoring so far. I wonder if that's a sign of what's to come for this evening.
Well, Hamilton, over a 32-year professional career, has had so many battles, and he will be out there till he has to be. It was quite a lengthy match with Dominic Dale. 6-3 the scoreline, but it took a while to play. Terrific pot. He's trying to get to the last 32. He first reached that stage in 1993, 30 years ago, this UK Championship. So, you know, that is, well, pretty remarkable. And he would love to get back there and be part of the final stages, of course, from Saturday.
Yeah, it's a just vast experience, isn't it? And it's sometimes enough to get you through any game. He's a massive battler, is Anthony. He'll never ever give up. He doesn't always have to play well, but he's always going to be involved in the game because he's just got so much knowledge. It's as simple as that. He knows his way around a snooker table. He knows how to tie you up in knots. I've been on the receiving end of it a couple of times. It's not pleasant.
Well, I saw him in the Championship League first tournament, and he played one of the new Chinese professionals who, you know, new on tour, excited to be playing. There's one frame where Hamilton needed, I think, 3 snookers And he got them, and he won the frame, and that was kind of welcome to the World Snooker Tour. These are the sort of people you can come up against, these sort of, if he doesn't mind me saying it, grizzled veterans who are still playing a mean game.
16.
Yeah, and he's slowly just working his way. A good chance here. Just added a quick look at that red to middle. If he can leave himself an angle to possibly cannon the other red off the cushion, he's going to have to finish so accurately on that, though. Needs to be in the one place. Can just bring the cue ball back a couple of inches. That looks perfect. This is a good chance now to just pot this red. Little half ball cannon off the red on the cushion. Promote that, pot the black, and clear up. Simple as that. Yeah, that's a good effort. That cue ball's going to pull up. You'd love to be straight on it. Can just pull the cue ball back to the side cushion and he'll be nicely on that red. So the yellow is off its spot, as we can see, and it's just next to the blue, so he needs to just be mindful of where he's leaving his cue ball there to pop the yellow and get on the green.
So the next challenge, well, firstly potting this, but landing nicely on this yellow as well. 16 in front, so edging closer to winning this opening frame.
Oh, that's a superb pot from Anthony. He was quite close to that side rail and playing it at that pace. He was digging down a fraction as well. That was very, very missable. Made it look very simple, and now he's got this yellow. One good shot here, and that should be the opening frame. Just needs to pop this in the corner, try and just pull the cue ball back past the face of the blue. Ooh, he's missed the yellow. Now, where's it going to finish up?
34.
I think he's going to have left it, and he has.
So McGill needs the 6 remaining colours, all of which are potable, to take another close frame. We've seen so many today across the various matches.
2.
McGill, who practices alongside John Higgins and Stephen Maguire in a little unit in Glasgow. They have proper work there. It's all business.
5.
We saw him recently reach the last 16 of the International Championship out in China, in Tianjin.
9.
UK quarter-finalists 2014 and 2021.
14.
I can tell you Zach Surety's levelled up 1 each with Jamie Jones. 1-1, as we know, Matt Selt and Lou Hyacinth. We're going to the other match.
20.
Assuming McGill can knock this black in, which you fancy he will do. Hamilton was clearing up, but just didn't come great on the yellow, and then, having missed it, he left it on. And Anthony McGill
27.
clears the colours to win frame 1 on the black, and that could set the tone for the evening to come between these two Anthonys. Now, here's table 2. Dave Gilbert has had a few mishaps tonight so far. 2 missed greens, a MrQ. Let's see what happens here. He's 29 in front. You can, of course, get in contact with myself and Stephen and Rob as well. If you have any comments and observations, let us know where in the world you're watching as well. On Twitter or X, I'm at Dave Hendon. Stephen is at Stephen Hallworth. You can also message at WeAreWST. That's at WeAreWST. And we'll do our best to pick out the messages as the evening goes on. Maybe you're supporting a particular player tonight. Let us know. I know that the live audience this afternoon on Facebook is, because on various platforms, but on the World Snooker Tour Facebook, that's the biggest live audience they've ever had. So a lot of people were tuning in.
Yeah, that's great to see. Really good, enjoying all the action. That's fantastic. As are we. Gilbert's played a safety shot, pushed the red over the corner and didn't get the cover from the baulk colours. So Jamie's potted the red, although he's left himself another shot that needs a little bit of care and attention here. This is a little bit harder than it perhaps could have been. Played it well, gave it every chance. Now he's going to need to follow it up again because
8.
this red looks like a natural to be heading towards those 2 reds, towards the side of the table.
No.
Well, this next pot is a bit of a tester. Cue ball just off that side cushion. And as a consequence, wasn't doing much with the cue ball, so that could be it for this break.
60. Jeremy Clark 60.
So this frame in the balance, but we're going to try and show you the best action from each table. So let's go live to table 3. Matt Selt and Lou Hyacin 1 each. Selt dominated the second frame there. Actually, Andy on Twitter's asking, but the Gilbert MrQ said, what happens if a player's tip comes off during a frame? Well, that has happened, of course. It happened to Ronnie O'Sullivan last season in Wales, and you are allowed a 15-minute break to go and try and fix it. Hopefully a Paul Collier or a Dominic Dale will be in the building, because they seem to be the men to do that, but you can have that 15-minute break. Meanwhile, Matt Selt unexpectedly missing that red.
Yeah, if you are so unlucky for your tip to fall off out there, as Dave said, you get a chance to go and pop a new one on, but trust me, it's worst case scenario if that happens. It's, you know, it's like playing football and your leg falling off. It's that bad. It's so difficult to adapt to a new tip straight away, you know, and you haven't got any time to get on the practice table and knock it in. You've got to go straight out there. Far from ideal.
Yeah, of course, Judd Trump's great run of 3 tournament victories, he did change his tip, didn't he, after the first session of that English Open final. He had a couple of hours, yeah, to try and get used to it, but really that adds to how impressive that achievement was. It was already impressive anyway, but the fact that he had to play the final session with a different tip. Paul Collier, the referee, helped out on that occasion.
14. 15. 21. 22.
I think he's a dangerous player, Liu Haishan, as said. He beat Ronnie O'Sullivan in Wuhan, got to the semis there. Played a couple of times at the Crucible as well, beat Marco Fu there 1 year.
28.
Yeah, and although these reds are quite nicely spread, they are quite congested. You've got to pot a single ball to release another one and so on and so forth, having to play up for the pink for the time being, so this is where real tight cue ball control makes a massive difference. You want to try and get as close to your next ball as possible.
Touching ball.
Well, there's a bit of work to be done here yet. He's just sort of lost his way, but it's getting quite close on table 2. Jamie Clark and Dave Gilbert. Yeah, they're on the last red. 17 in it.
Jeremy Clark 4.
Oh, well, he's left it. It's not good.
Yeah, he's gone for the double there into the black bag, thinking he'd get a little bit closer than he did. He may have rattled the red and kept it down this end of the table. He may have potted it. That was the idea, of course, but got nowhere near it in the end, and the red's come up the table and left a sitter for Dave.
What?
So a chance now to redeem himself from the previous frame. If he can level up here at 1 each, I think both players will be settled.
I know one thing though, if he misses the green again, then, well, don't know what he'll do.
Yeah, he might pull a tip off himself.
Six.
Could have done with that cue ball, just travelling a fraction further. He's a little bit of a stretch, this. Mini putt on the end, that's a very long bridge.
8.
That's pretty good, that's okay. Just needs to drop the green in on and off the cushion. Should be a natural angle on the brown to get up for the blue.
Well, this would make him feel a lot better, of course, if he could steal a frame back, having had the first taken from him. He contributed massively to that himself, of course. But this should just settle him into the match, you would feel. He needs blue and pink. 4 after this, please.
20.
Yeah, so this is just steadied the ship after various things have been going against him. Dave
26
Gilbert
on the front.
makes it 1 apiece. Jamie Jones and Zach Surety is table 4-1 each. Jamie Jones 47-0 up here live in frame 3 with a good chance, you'd have to say, to go in front.
Yeah, that was a nicer pot than it looked. That was quite thin. Played it well, controlled it nicely. And you see the lead goes to 54 and he's nicely in amongst them now, and they're all there for him.
Yeah, we had a tweet actually about Jamie Jones. I mentioned it's from Thomas Jones. He said, you mentioned Michael White and Jamie Jones attended the same school. Daniel Wells is also from Neath. Just see where this White finishes. Well, is he on the one to the middle? Yeah, just to complete, he says, Daniel Wells is also from Neath. Is there another example of 3 players from such a small area? Well, actually, Daniel went to the same school. Maybe there only is one school in Neath, I don't know, but they all went to the same school. But you do get these little pockets where you get lots of good players from.
Yeah, and it's great, you know, they'll have all fed off one another, growing up through the ranks, pushing one another, and that's why it's no surprise to see them all, you know, at the top level of professional snooker.
I mean, I suppose actually Antrim, you know, you look at Antrim in Northern Ireland, that's not a big place, is it? But Mark Allen and Jordan Brown, 2 top players. Mark's just won the last event. Jordan was semi-finalist at the International Championship. They're both from there. So this blue effectively framed ball. 63 in front, 59 on. Good afternoon. It will be afternoon where he is as well, to Dave Burney. A big snooker man in Canada. Does a lot of commentary himself over there. He's in Vancouver tuning in. And he comes to the Crucible each year. And always brings me a gift as well. I must return the favour one year. But good to have you with us, David. Yeah, and lovely maple syrup. Yeah, he's got that great sort of manner around the table, always involved. And it's a bit like Michael White in a way. Slightly different, but you can always tell they're both really up for it. And it really matters to them. Of course, South Wales has been a hotbed for decades of snooker with the miners and the steelworkers leagues. And you go back to Ray Reardon and obviously the Griff and Mountjoy and Mark Williams and all the people who've come along since. Well, this frame's done, so it's going to be 2-1. Jamie Jones in front for a second time. As we go back to table 3, back to Matt Selt and Lou Hyschen. Frame hasn't moved on much since we were last here, actually. 27 in it to Lou Hyschen, 1 each.
Yeah, not a lot has changed. It was quite congested earlier on, and it still is. The Reds haven't moved too far. Neither player able to really generate a clear-cut opportunity from this frame so far.
Daniel Martinez tweets, I'm tuning in from Yuma, Arizona. Appreciate you guys and the coverage. Long may it continue. Well, nice to have you with us, Daniel. We've got a lot of viewers in North America who've been following this.
That's just got to be careful here not to push a red over the left corner pocket. There's 4 balls that are in a bit of a line. That's okay. Caught it thin enough. Half ball off the green would be nice. That's good.
Well, it's turned into a rather tactical frame, but there's good stuff being played. Look at this shot.
Yeah, it's one for the purists, this. It's not going to be resolved anytime soon, you feel.
Yeah, we'll come back to this when there's some sort of movement, but Jamie Clark, meantime, trying to hit back, having... well, because he stole the first frame, and then you could argue threw the second frame away, but he's just played a nice shot here to get reds into play. 21 in front in frame 3 against Dave Gilbert. Ooh, but then he misses that. Yeah, there's been a few errors in this match, haven't there? Just sort of out of nowhere, just as a player starting to look good, something happens. We've seen easier balls than that missed, but even so, he got himself in the position to go on and make a break, and then it just came to an end.
Yeah, it's one of them shots you don't really want to have to play when you're feeling a little bit edgy. With the rest, he would have much preferred his hand on the table, a little bit closer to the red. He's overcut it and presents the chance for Dave, who's still having a good look at the tip. I do wonder if there is a small bit of damage to it.
Dave Gilbert, 372 career centuries, so you know he is one of the recognised scorers in the game. If you're wondering where that puts him in the all-time list, 19th. So 19th, you know, he's in the top 20 in terms of sheer number of century breaks. I think there are times when he can sort of get on his own case a little bit, but when he plays his fluent best, we saw it against Leclerc in the last round. He's superb to watch. Of course, he finally won his first ranking event here in Leicester, actually, 2 years ago, the Championship League.
60.
But never quite got back in the top 16. He's been sort of pushing ever since, but 28 coming into this tournament.
Yeah, it's just so tough. You've just got to be so consistent and just keep winning. You know, it's hard to keep backing up performances all the time, and that's what you've got to do if you're going to be a member of the top 16 for a long period. The standard is so good. We just see over in China, Tom Ford making his way into the top 16 for the first time. Zhang Anda also joining the top 16. Be interesting to see how they fare at the Barbican, playing as the seeded player. It'd be uncharted territory for them.
23.
Well, the good news is he didn't seem to have sustained any real damage to the tip after the miscue. And then he did win that second frame when it looked like he was going to lose it. So it's almost like sort of just cleaning the slate there and starting again.
It's funny actually, I was up in the players' lounge just before the game started and there was a light-hearted conversation just briefly between Dave and Jamie, and they were saying how they'd been sat around just waiting to get on all day. They were saying, should we just make it a best of one tonight, get off and have an early night? And that opening frame did actually feel like a bit of a decider the way it went in the end. Both players definitely feeling a little bit of tension out there. This will be a good dish from Dave, though, if he can win the frame at this visit. He's going to have to make something happen. Play a little cannon to the two reds here. That's perfect. Oh, I thought he was just going to catch it a little bit thicker. He may have set up a little plant for himself. It might not be far off this. At least he could make it if he is going to go for it. Well, it's not actually that dead set, so you can see there he's looking at this. He's got to hit the first red in such a place that it throws the second red in. Find the potting line on the second red with the first red. Oh!
Again, a little twist in the tail, 16 in it. Yeah. It had a go at dropping, didn't it? But not to be. It's stayed near the pocket, so Jamie Clark gets a chance to counter-attack. It could end up a best of one, couldn't it? 5 each later on. You wouldn't be surprised. We had, of course, that decider earlier with Michael White and Fang Zhengyi.
No.
So the black to make it all square.
Well, he didn't half get into that cue ball there. He played the cannon to the red underneath the pink and screwed well past it. So it's just going to be the safety shot now. Wants to try and leave the cue ball somewhere where that red is. Cut off the left side of the table. That's a pretty good shot.
Well, there's a little bit of mileage in this frame, but Anthony McGill's on a bit of a charge on table one against his namesake, Anthony Hamilton. This is one break so far, up to 62.
63.
About a question actually about, because you're wearing this glove. Let's see if I can just find the question. Yeah, Pete Christie, thoughts on McGill using the glove. Any idea why he started to use it? It seemed to come with the cue. He wasn't wearing it before the cue, was he?
Yeah, it comes as a pair. If you're wearing a glove, you've got to use the graphite cue. It's as simple as that. No, I think I don't know actually. I presume it's only to do with, you know, sometimes players, you'll see them wiping down the cue with a damp cloth just to try and take, you know, sometimes it gets a bit sweaty out there, bit of moisture in the atmosphere. It can just stop you from delivering the cue smoothly across the hand. And obviously, if you've got the glove on, there's going to be no friction there whatsoever. So nice and smooth.
Sometimes I think players just like to change something and see what happens, and McGill's played some good stuff of late, and this frame should be his. Let's see what the break ends up at, though, because this could be a real big one. Of course, obviously, the maximum from Selt is top of the list at the moment, quite obviously.
I mean, I can forgive Anthony for trying the graphite cue and the glove combination, but the chalk on the side rail, come on. Has he forgotten where his chalk pocket is on his waistcoat? What's going on here? He's very experimental, is Anthony. He's always looking for something, and he's clearly found something with this piece of equipment. Look at the reaction he's had there on the cue ball.
85.
So break goes to 85. He'll need a good pot on the black here to keep this break going and make the 100.
It's a good effort, and it's there. Brilliant. That's a shame. The break ends at 92, but he's in early control of the match at 2-0. So while we just left table 2 there briefly, and this is where it is now. Jamie Clark seems to have snookered himself. Leads by 7, but this, every frame, well, there's only been 2, but they've both been close, and this one is as well. It's like the first frame just set the pattern for the evening, that it's going to be very edgy.
Yeah, and after that shot, he may find himself in a little bit of trouble, Jamie, because he's left the chance for Dave to send the red up the table, get the white in behind the black somewhere, cut off any access to the open balls, try and force a mistake out of Jamie Clark. Just a quick update on table 4 as well. Zach Surety is in and he's won that 4th frame, so Jamie Jones and Zach Surety are going to be heading to their interval. Pretty quick time as well. No hanging about over there. They're going to be heading in at 2 frames each.
tell you, our biggest audience in the first session from Thailand, and that's no great surprise, I suppose, with Nopon and Tepchaya coming to the fore. So great to have you all with us. You'll be seeing them in York next week. Oh, got close to it. Now then, a chance for Jamie Clark.
Yeah, he got very close to that. It was a very tough pot to take on from Dave. Very thin. And he was always going close to cannoning one of the baulk colours, and he had done, so he's left the chance for Jamie. He's already got a 7-point lead in this frame.
One.
Yes, he shouldn't need the blue.
Four. Five.
So, quick glance at the score. The yellow puts him 14 in front. You won't need the blue, which is tied up next to the pink. Oh, we needed that cue ball to run on a touch more. He's going to have to get the long stuff out for this one. Should still be okay, but he's a little bit close to the yellow for comfort.
Nine.
Well, yeah, this is the problem when you're not ideal and you're getting all the long stuff out. Now he's not right on the green either. Well, we've seen easier greens than this, mister, don't we? But he's got it. Now, where's this white?
12.
The body language tells you can pot this.
Yeah, that was a fantastic pot on the green from Jamie Clark, and he just needs the brown now. Very close to snookering himself behind that pink. That would have been a catastrophe. But in goes the brown, and Jamie Clark is going to be taking a 2 frames to 1 lead in this match. Very, very edgy stuff.
Yeah, all 3 frames have been close and they could have gone either way. This one, no different. But it's surely gone to the Welshman.
21.
An eventful start to the evening, for sure.
27. Jamie Clark 27 on the frame.
So 2-1 it is to Jamie Clark. Let's move on. Table 3 is another close frame. Matt Selt and Lou Hirscher. Oh, there's the double from Matt Selt. Great timing from him and from us. And he's given himself every chance to take a 2-1 lead himself.
How aggressive was that from Selt? No hesitation, got down and slams the double in. Fantastic shot and a great chance now to take the third frame.
Well, he's no shrinking violet, is he, Matt Selt? Let's be honest. He needs all three colours here. Well, he went for it, and he got the double, and he needs the black for a steal. Yeah, good stuff from the Romford man. Matt Selt leads Lou Hysham by 2 frames to 1. So they're at the interval on table 4. They're between frames on tables 2 and 3. So process of elimination. Let's go to table 1, where Anthony McGill is making the running against Anthony Hamilton. 2-0.
7.
And looking to press on here and really open up a handsome advantage. He wouldn't want to get too involved in the tactical stuff with Hamilton. He's a bit of a master at that, so if he can score heavily, McGill is a big favourite tonight. Hamilton would have to try and produce the breaks himself to match him. And this is a golden scoring chance. Red spread far and wide. The black freely available as well.
14.
McGill, I think, is another player on that list, sort of top 16 player in all but name. He's been there. He's not there at the moment, but you could easily see him getting back. It's currently 21 in the world, so just outside. Always seems to come good at the World Championship. Got to the quarterfinals, of course, this year. Last season, lost out in a decider to C. Jarwe 13-12. Of course, he's been famously a semi-finalist back in 2020, where he lost that absolute epic deciding frame to Karen Wilson, one of the most memorable days of snooker we've ever seen. So still early stages of this frame. Anthony McGill looking good. Of course, he practices alongside John Higgins, one of the all-time greats, 3 times UK champion. Back in 2012, he produced his own bit of UK Championship magic.
Get the cue ball up the table a bit more. That's it. That's why he hit that a bit harder.
96.
Don't want to kick now.
97.
At the centre.
104.
Would like to play the red in the middle first, but I think it's too straight.
$105.
John's already made a maximum this season, of course, in the final of the Shanghai Masters. Needs that cue ball to run. Needs an angle.
112.
It's just off straight the wrong way. It's going to be a difficult black, I feel.
$113.
Magnificent shot that is. Absolutely pure. Couldn't play that any better. Well, we said he needed something to happen.
120.
Get him in focus and ready for the rest of this match. And you couldn't do any better than this.
122.
And you hold yourself together and make the maximum.
I always think this is the shot, isn't it? Get nice in the brown, you've done it.
$125.
Now if he's dead straight, just has to screw back the side cushion. They should have a nice angle on the blue.
$129.
Absolutely perfect. What a performance this is.
134.
Superb, John Higgins.
Coming up.
104.
Brilliant, John Higgins. 147 maximum break. Superb cue ball control all the way through. And a fantastic effort.
John Higgins at his absolute finest. Always a pleasure to watch the Wizard, and I'll never ever forget the way he came back against Mark Williams when we were in Telford way back in 2010. Feels like it was 2 lifetimes ago. We've got Stephen Hallworth out of the commentary box and into the studio. Stephen, fascinating start to that match between Dave Gilbert and Jamie Clark. I was really looking forward to this one because they'd never met, and it's a big, big opportunity for both of them. It's not just about the 10 grand, it's the 10,000 points, and a win for whoever gets over the line could be a season turner.
Yeah, 100%. You've hit the nail on the head. You know, it was always going to be the match of the round for me. I thought, you know, Gilbert played so well yesterday in his win over Julian Leclerc, and Jamie Clark, he wears his heart on his sleeve, doesn't he? You know, we know exactly what we're going to get, and he'll battle all night long, and it's a massive game. You know, that opening frame just says it all, really.
Right, so how surprised were you with the misses on the green from Gilbert in the opener, bearing in mind how well he did play against Julian Leclerc?
Yeah, this one completely took me by surprise. You know, there's answers on a postcard for that one. I can only assume that he's concentrating on trying to get nice on the brown. You know, he's coming across the face. No idea how he's managed to miss that one. This one is a little bit more difficult, although you've got to still expect Dave to pot that. After the first one, he's got to be telling himself, you know, just steady himself. Can't give him a second chance, and he did. This miscue is never nice to see, as a fellow player. I was praying that the tip was going to be okay. He's obviously trying to do a lot of work with the cue ball there, get back up for blue or balk, and never nice to see.
It's just a horrible sound, even from a non-player's perspective. And then here he is going for the plant. This so nearly wriggled in.
Yeah, this was so close. You know, I thought it was in, to be fair. It's just rattled and stayed over the bag. It was a tough shot. Obviously, he's trying to make the plant as well. He's had to hit the first red in a certain point. He's just missed it and gave the chance away again.
And the key with Dave, I mean, he's so popular. Again, I mentioned about never forgetting John Higgins making that great comeback against Mark Williams for the UK title in 2010. I'll also never forget the decider between Dave Gilbert and John Higgins in the Worlds a few years ago in the semis. And I think that really endeared Dave to the public. And one of the things you mentioned about Jamie wearing his heart on his sleeve, Dave can be very hard on himself. He's a super talented player, and people would love to see him get across the line and get to the business end of these events once again. How much of the next few frames is about him keeping a lid on his frustrations?
Yeah, it's massive. And if anything, you know, we've all seen Dave with his frustrations and how he can let his emotions get the better of him at times. We know how good Dave is. He's got one of the best cue actions on the tour, and he's a top player. He could lose the match from his own thoughts, you know, and he's got to try and brush out these mistakes. You know, he's an experienced player, I'm sure he will. But from what we've seen so far this week, you know, he's playing well enough, and if he can just sort of compose himself, settle himself down and get into the match, I think he'll be all right.
And we mentioned about that missed plant and Jamie having an opportunity to get in front once again in what is so far proving to be a very, very tight match. This was a great little mini clearance because the balls were awkward and he had to work super, super hard to close this frame out.
Yeah, he's left himself quite... He's not nice on the yellow there. He's had to get the tackle out to pot the yellow, and then this green is super thin. After the greens we've seen miss so far, you know, that could have gone anywhere, but that was a really nice pot from Jamie. Got a little bit fortunate with the cue ball there as well. Could have quite easily snookered himself or drifted past. He didn't. He pots the brown, pots the blue as well. That could be a massive frame for him.
And again, he's had a terrible start to the season by his own standards. I know you're good mates.
21.
first round exit, European Masters, British Open, English Open, International Championship, but he made the last 16 of the UK last year, and this could be just the victory
27.
he needs if he can hang on.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's those fond memories that he's got to cling on to. In the heat of battle out there, it's very easy to get carried away with your emotions. And as you've already said, Jamie's had a really tough start to the season. I'm good friends with him. He's struggled a lot mentally off the table, and you're just willing yourself, almost trying too hard to get the win. He's got to just try and relax, enjoy himself. And we all know how good Jamie is. He's a beast on his day, and he can still do the business tonight.
I've been lucky enough and privileged enough to be part of snooker since 2007. And one thing I've learned being around the players as opposed to just watching at home is just how difficult the sport can be from a psychological perspective. Steve Feeney was talking to me earlier. Noppon's great victory. Everyone's delighted to see him in the draw tomorrow afternoon. And Steve was saying that Noppon finds it hard because he spends months on end away from his wife, and his daughter, Believe. I don't think people outside snooker fully appreciate just how psychologically punishing our sport can be.
Yeah, you're right. It's one of the toughest there is, for sure. As a snooker player, you're out there on your own in the heat of battle, and it's not just, people see you doing well on the big stage. It's what goes on in the day-to-day practicing. You're on your own in a snooker room. You're battling with your own thoughts all the time. As easy as you can go on a run and get confidence winning matches, it can have the reverse effect if you're losing matches as well. And that's what plays such an interesting and key part to our game. That's why we love it.
We really do love it. Stephen, thank you very much. I know you're going to hot-foot it back to the commentary box to rejoin Dave Hendon. And in fact, we will go back to the Dave Gilbert-Jamie Clark match because, Dave, I'm hearing the Welshman is back in the balls.
Literally 3 seconds ago, and then this happened. He missed that black going into the reds, so he's handed the initiative to Dave Gilbert. It's been that sort of match, just when one player seemed to have the upper hand, something's gone wrong. Jamie Clark played a very attacking shot, but he didn't pot the ball. So Dave Gilbert looking to pick up the pieces. Anthony McGill, by the way, made an 81 break to win the third frame against Anthony Hamilton. So 3-0 to McGill. It's 2-2 Jamie Jones and Jack Surety. They've just come back after the interval. And 2-1 Matt Selt over Lou Hyson. Not much potted yet in frame 4. But we'll stay on this for now because this match has been... I'll be amazed, actually. I'll say this right now. If this doesn't go the distance, it's already got that feel to it. Neither player can really grasp the initiative. And they're sort of picking up the pieces of each other's mistakes.
8. 9.
Question is, can either one of them sort of seize the initiative and get on a run of frames? Gilbert right now just wants to make it 2-2 at the interval. I remember Dave at the World Qualifying one year. I think it was actually 2022, and it's traditional when you qualify, you come in and people ask various questions, and one of the questions always asked is, who do you want to play? Would you like to play Ronnie O'Sullivan? And lots of people kept saying yes, and it got round to Dave, and he said absolutely not. He said, all these people who say they want to play Ronnie are out of their minds. Why on earth would you say that? And what happened, of course, the draw came out and he drew him. So the only one who was honest enough to say, I don't want to play him, had to play him.
Yeah, he's one of them characters, isn't he, Dave? He wears his heart on his sleeve and he says it as it is. And I agree, why would you want to play one of the best players of all time? He probably is the greatest of all time, isn't he? Let's be honest. It's a great occasion, but at the end of the day, you're trying to win a game of snooker and you've probably got less chance against someone like that, I suppose.
18.
Yeah, he actually went 3-0 up in the match, but Ronnie turned it round anyway. Right now, he just wants to be in the draw tomorrow.
24.
Yeah, those two reds to the left of the table are going to need tending to at some point. Going to just concentrate on the loose reds for now.
25.
Just get back into the frame at least. He'll be looking for an angle off a colour to try and get over there, disrupt something, push them into open play.
32. $33.
So you may have to punch this blue in, try and create a bit of angle here. This will be a pretty firm shot, get somewhere close to the reds. It's not a bad effort really. He's made a good attempt there. It was always going to be difficult.
38. There we go at 38.
Yeah, another close frame. They all have been. All four between these two. Neither one yet quite able to sort of break free of the shackles. Oh, nicely done.
What?
Now then, a little bounce would be good. Some sort of chance here to take this frame. Last two reds are in open play.
Yeah, he's played a good line here, Dave. That's a very nice shot. Nicely on the red to middle. All red to the green bag.
8.
Take nothing for granted, though. We've seen some misses so far throughout the whole day, and in particular this match. Just got to try and make sure.
Yeah, I mean, Jamie Clark was in nicely, but going into the reds, he missed the black. It's sort of the cardinal sin in a way when you're opening balls up to miss the actual pot.
No.
So Gilbert just needs to mind his work here to level up. I think they probably both welcome the break, actually, the 15 minutes. It's been quite an intense contest, this.
Yeah, and I think probably a fair result going into the interval is 2 each from what we've seen. Nothing gained, nothing lost from both players. Maybe able to just reset at the interval, wipe the slate clean and go again.
11.
Well, it's a good pot he made on the third last red, and now he's 21 points in front. So yellow and his favourite ball, the green. This is quite like the one he missed actually in frame one. I get the feeling though he'll be absolutely focused on potting it here. No problem.
24.
Well, this will make him feel better going to the interval, but there's a lot of drama left in this match, clearly.
29.
But nice break, and Jamie Clark, I guess it went wrong for him in the frame when he missed that black, but both of them...
35.
A little change of hands from Gilbert on the black. Both of them will, I think, just look forward to the rest of the match. It's set up nicely at 2-2. Matt Selt now looking good for a 3-1 lead live on table 3. He's already 53-0 up against Lou Hyschen, 2-1 in the match. And that
50.
has put him 54, so the black should be frame ball. They've had a re-rack on table 1, Anthony McGill and Anthony Hamilton. Cue ball sort of landed in amongst all the reds and nothing was happening. Plenty happening for Matt Selt, that black, and it should be 3-1.
57. 58. 63. 64.
So 3-1 confirmed to Selt, but also table 4 coming to the boil. They're back after the interval, actually. Jamie Jones and Zach Surety. And Zach Surety looking to take the lead for the first time here. He's trailed twice, but 56 in front, red and a colour, and he's, I guess, the outsider in many ways tonight. He's only been in 4 last 32s in world ranking events, but he looks like he's about to edge in front here.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it that Zach is the outsider this evening. You know, he's came here looking for results, and so far he's had them. I caught a little chat with him up in the players' lounge earlier. He seems in great spirits, actually. He's someone that always sort of keeps himself to himself. He's quite reserved, but he was quite outspoken upstairs and seemed really confident. He had a big smile on his face, and that was lovely to see, because when you're happy inside like that, you know, you can go out there and play better snooker.
Yeah, absolutely. The two go together. So just checking the scores. This black effectively for a 3-2 lead. Yeah, nicely done. He's playing some good stuff. He's beaten Alan Taylor and Gary Wilson. That last victory was particularly eye-catching, 6-3. Against a player who was in the top 16 at the start of the season. Surety 78 in the world. Clearly found something. Missed that black, but it doesn't matter. The frame is his. And he, for the first time tonight, is in front. 3-2. So, we saw Matt Selt earlier, and it's only a couple of years since he had a famous victory at the Barbican.
And what a way to win it as well in one visit.
69.
Judd Trump has not played as he can, but a lot of that is to do with the pressure that's been applied by this man. The world number 35 showing admirable composure in sight of a famous victory.
75.
And now the pressure is off. He knows the job is done. Can he put the icing on the cake with a century?
76.
Yes, this is Matt Selt's highest break of the match. He's certainly chosen a good time to construct it. And a very competent performance this from Matt Selt. He'll be absolutely delighted.
The fourth frame was big, wasn't it? Judd Trump had clear chances to lead 3-1, and then the narrative would have been very different. But Matt Selt has played outstandingly well since levelling before the interval.
89.
And no outward signs of nerves.
90.
No stumbling over the winning line for him. He's racing through it. Lovely shot to keep the century alive.
97.
The crowd have thoroughly enjoyed the snooker on show. We've had high drama.
98.
And we've had another, yet another surprise result. But it does underline just how many terrific players there are around these days. No one is safe, not even the dominant player of the last 2.5 years. And there is the century, only his second of the season. What an important one.
103.
Next up for Selt, it'll be Barry Hawkins for a place in the quarters.
106.
The stage he reached 6 years ago.
$110. 115. 121.
What a way to do it. With a 128 total clearance, it's another stunner at the Barbican at the 2021 UK Championship.
And we'll be back with Matt Selt in his match later because he's at the interval now, 3-1 up. But here we're back live with McGill and Hamilton. They've had a re-rack in the fourth frame. The cue balls just got buried in amongst the reds, never to be seen again. So they set them up once more. Marcel Eckhart refereeing here. A word for the referees, all of them. They've done a sterling job, of course. They've been here since Saturday. And quite a few of them had to referee sort of back-to-back best of 11s, which is pretty tough going on the concentration. A lot of late nights and then early mornings again. So well done to all of the officials. Of course, many of them will be going to York as well next week for the final stages. If Hamilton's going to be joining them, he needs really to win this frame, you feel. Try and find a way back into the match. McGill, it doesn't seem to bother McGill, the sort of tactical stuff. He's just slogged it out and then he's been making the breaks. He made an 81 in the third to pull away. Well, there might be another re-rack. Actually, they've already started tip-tapping. That's not really what we want to see. I don't think there will be because you can get back to Bolt. But anyway, let's go to table 4, where Jacques Surety, we've just seen him go 3-2 up. And these are the early stages of frame 6. The other two matches are on their intervals.
Yeah, it's a funny psychology, this, for Jamie Jones, because no doubt he's come into this game as the favourite. You know, Zach's been struggling for results, and as we've already mentioned, he's been a bit of an underdog for this game. But make no mistake, he won't be playing like one, that's for sure. And Jamie Jones has just been hit with a couple of counter blows from Zach Surety there. He's got to steady the ship, try and keep himself in this game, get back into it, level the game up, and just try and go through the gears himself. Could go very close, this one. I get the impression that it may do. It's a great split if he lands on a red. Surely he's got to be on a red. He's got one to the left corner, but he's going to be badly hampered. That could have finished out a lot better.
Yeah, it's always lap of the god stuff, isn't it? When you play the split like that, you're not absolutely sure what's going to happen. It's obviously a very positive shot, but you don't always get the bit of running you feel you may deserve. Yeah, as Stephen mentioned earlier, Jamie Jones is an ambassador now for Jessie May, the children's hospice that is official charity of World Snooker Tour, and the guys will be up there. If you are in York and you can spare a few pounds, do put a few quid in the buckets, because it's such an important charity and they do great work. But Jamie Jones there, a little unfortunate not to land on one, so playing the safety.
Well, he did leave the red, and he's played that with a trace of run inside as well. What a great shot Zach Surety has just played there.
Well, just illustrative of just how well he's playing. I mean, this is shaping up to be one of his, well, possibly his best ever performance. Let's see, he's not won yet, but he looks confident.
Yeah, he's just got that little aura about him at the moment, as Zach, as you say, full of confidence, and that's really good to have out there. His shoulders are pushed back and he's playing with a lot of authority at the moment. He's playing nicely. He's a very unorthodox player, is Zach. You see him get down to the shot. He always looks very uncomfortable, but don't let that fool you. This guy can play. He looks like he's gripping the cue very hard. He bends both legs. He's so far away from the textbook, if you like, which doesn't exist, by the way. But he's a very good player on his day.
Here's another Essex boy, isn't he, from Basildon. Been sort of on and off the tour at various times. He's having a pretty good season. He's actually, and this is quite a niche point to make, but on the top 64 on the 2-year list stay on the end of season, but there's 4 places for the next highest on the 1-year rankings, and he at the moment he's in one of those top 4 places. A long way to go. It's after the World Championship, but it just illustrates that he's kind of in that bubble for tour survival.
Just holds his hand up there because he's landed on this red to the left of the black, and he played around the 2 cushions for the red below the pink. This is not a bad red to get rid of now. Looking for the angle on the blue again, and he's got it. Just up and down. Check the cue ball up. Red under the pink. So he may have to play a little delicate cannon here. Could possibly run through for the black. May just flick one of the other reds. No, that's okay.
Yeah, he got back on through the Q school at the start of last season, so this is his 2nd year of his card. And that's, we were talking about it earlier, it's a pretty anonymous affair, that, and not a lot of fun, but walking out at York in the televised phase of the UK Championship is the opposite of anonymous. It would be such a rush if he could get there. Well, that's gone wrong again. It was quite an aggressive shot, but not landed on one.
33.
Yeah, and to perform the way he is doing on the 2nd year of his tour card makes it all the more impressive. You know, I can talk from experience that there is a lot of pressure. You know, if you've struggled your first season, you sort of pile the pressure on your own shoulders. You've got to do this year, and you've got to do that. And sometimes it can just take it away from you, that you've just got to go out there and play snooker. It's as simple as that. And if you play well, the results will take care of themselves. Sometimes you can get looking at all the if, buts and maybes. I get the impression that Zach has just sort of disregarded all that. He's almost accepted his fate, if you like, that he's probably going to be in a tour survival battle come the end of the season. And of course, in turn, he's ended up playing some pretty decent stuff, and he may avoid that.
Well, we'll be, of course, on Saturday afternoon watching Mark Allen, the defending champion. He'll get us underway in York. And, well, let's remind ourselves now of a very memorable conclusion to last year's UK Championship.
Just when he wanted a precise positional shot, as is his 40, he didn't quite manage it now. Playing this with lots of left-hand side to try and get close to the green. Well, he's on it, and he's got potentially a shot. With the extension on his cue and the long rest, it looks like being a shot to win a maiden UK Championship title. Brown waiting.
Well, he's certainly not done it the easy way this week, but he has dug in all through this tournament. One last effort required now. Brown, blue and pink. Something has clicked for him this season. This is his third ranking final in a row. It'll be his second title in a row. The pink for the title.
Thank you.
And in it goes. Mark Allen, the player of the season, has produced a stunning comeback to win the UK Championship for the first time. Ding Junhui led 6-1, but Allen turned it round in style. What a performance from the Northern Irishman. And you can see the relief and the delight. He's our champion here in York. He's beaten Ding in an epic 10-7. And of course, Mark Allen has just won the Champion of Champions. He'll begin his defence of the title in York, the UK Championship, on Saturday. Now we're back with Zach Surety, who is leading 3-2 against Jamie Jones, and he's 27 in front here. Ideally, if you could take 2 reds, 2 blacks, he'd be 43 in front with 43 on, with those 2 last reds awkward. Yeah, he tried to hold for the black, didn't he? That's what he was doing, and he's missed the red. Because 2 reds, 2 blacks, Jones could only have tied. But as it is, he's got work to do to get back into this frame, with the 2 reds needing to be developed.
He's got a shot here. He could maybe try and develop them here. You know, this red is thin. Going to be coming across the table at a bit of pace, trusting a little bit to luck. He's attempted it, and that's a pretty good effort. That's a great shot from Jamie Clark. Nearly said Jamie Clark. They're Jamie Jones. Both the Jamies out in action tonight. That was definitely Jamie Jones that's just played that shot, and he's played a very good one. So that's just made this frame very interesting, because there is just the one safe red down the cushion now, and it's, you know, pretty straightforward drop in down the rail if you can get the right angle on it. So he's chosen to play on the red now. Looks to be a little bit straight. He may have a fraction of an angle here.
16.
He's going to have to play this with a little bit of pace to try and get out for the black again. Big shot this. Well, he's chosen to just drop the red in. So he's just going to be tucking Zach Surety up in behind the black and hoping that when he hits this red, he's going to leave it. Just landed too straight on that red down the cushion. Couldn't possibly risk trying to force it in and just doing the frame anyway. Try to keep it tight, try and force the mistake out of Zach. And he has forced the mistake. Unless that red goes in, surely it's going to pull up. Wow, he was round. He was almost edging it in with Zach, but it's forced the mistake, and that's exactly what Jamie Jones was after. So this is a big chance now to level this game.
Yeah, one more sort of roll might have dropped. Anyway, up to Jamie now. Remember, he led 2-1. Could easily have gone 4-2 down. But it's in his hands to level up at 3-3.
So this is the key shot. You can see the green is off its spot. Jamie's got a little bit of angle here. He may try and play this round 2 cushions for the green into the same pocket. He's got an option to screw back, get higher up the table for the green into its own bag. Well, he's tried to force it off one, and that was a tricky shot from there. You could see that he had just a touch of left-hand side on that, which has brought the cue ball out into the table a little more than he would have liked. Wanted to come very narrow across the face of the brown there. This is a tricky pot. So much so that he's not even played it. He's played a pretty good safety shot though. Again, just trying to turn the screw.
Yeah, classic percentage play tonight from Jamie Jones, and not least because he knows, we've seen it up close, what confident form Zach Surety's in. So he's just trying to keep him on the back foot here. Well, that'll do. He sort of half apologises, but it was a good hit.
So if Zach can get right in behind this green cushion first, try and just kick it up the rear, send the green up to the balk area. Well, he's played the side to side, can't blame him for that. But it's gone wrong. It's gone wrong, and he's left the green on. He's trusting the table there a lot. Over that sort of distance, playing it at that pace, it can quite easily catch a finger mark or a little bit of nap. That's not the best shot Jamie Jones has ever played either. It's quite difficult to get up the table there. The top spin almost reverses off the cushion. It's just slowed the cue ball up, so This is now a big pressure pot on the brown. Oh, and he's played it well. That's a very nice pot from Jamie Jones. Confidently played as well. Didn't let the disappointment of not being closer to it affect him, just got down and played the shot.
Blue and pink needed for 3-3. Yeah, another terrific pot from the Welshman. He dug himself out of a bit of a hole here. Zach Surety was looking very confident. Yeah, he kept him out, didn't he, with some good safety, and he potted the key balls at the end of it, and Jamie Jones and Zach Surety involved in a close one, 3-3. It's also close on table 2. It's 2 each, Dave Gilbert and Jamie Clark. All the frames have been close. The back after the interval, as you can see, Gilbert 20 in front here, with 3 reds left.
Cheers, Dave, thanks. 47.
So were he to pot black, red, black, he'd be 36 in front with 35 on.
$54.
So there's pink, and it means Clark could still tie.
And he couldn't get close to the red there from the pink either. As you say, you can still
60.
tie Jamie, but if Dave plays this red slowly down the cushion to try and give it every chance of dropping, if he's not accurate enough, it will be hanging for Jamie, so he may choose to play this at a little bit more pace. Well, he got so close to it, he's rattled it, and it's come across the cushion, and this could be a big chance now for Jamie Clark. 35 points adrift, 35 on the table.
Are we going to see a respot?
One.
Every chance. And really, it would sum up how close these matches have been. As I say, it could be any score by now. They've each had chances in every frame. This one could need the extra black to decide it.
Again, another massive moment in this game. It seems like every frame has got big moments at the moment. Over here on table 2, there's been so much drama.
10.
You just can't catch your breath at the moment. Jamie Clark has got 5 colours on the spots, well, barring the brown, to take us to a respot in this 5th frame.
$30.
It's all about holding yourself together now. And he's been there before. He knows how to deal with pressure, does Jamie. But every time it's always a little bit different. Just trust your cueing, trust yourself. Well, he's overdone the brown, unable to hold. I suppose the only silver lining is he has gone quite far the wrong side of the blue, which makes it somewhat easier to get back for the pink. If he was a little bit straighter, he'd have had a lot more to do with the cue ball here. Shouldn't be any issues. Oh, has he overdone this as well? He has, so he's going to have to play a good shot on the pink. Going to be going around the table here. He's got to watch the in-off in the green bag. Just missed the knuckle of the middle pocket. 1, 2, 3, 4 cushions. Just got to miss the in off. Needs that to run on.
28.
Biggest shot of the match, this, to level the scores and set up a respot. And in it goes, drama. Judgment Day drama here. Jamie Clark clears up, so Rob Spencer will produce a coin, hopefully, and someone will decide who's going to be put into bat.
Yeah, massive, massive moments here.
Tails. Heads it is.
So Jamie Clark has won the toss. And I presume he's going to put Dave into play first, which he is. So this is such an important first shot from Dave. The players tend to play the side to side now. We'll be trying to chip the black onto the side cushion. Ideally low as you can. Get the cue ball on the opposite side cushion. Yeah, that's a pretty good shot actually. That's a very good shot. So by leaving the black nice and low to this side cushion here, it almost makes it very difficult to play a really telling safety shot. Jamie may only have this shot just to chip it back onto its own cushion. Ideally, you want to try and keep distance between cue ball and object ball. Your primary focus is keeping the black safe, of course. So advantage Dave at the moment because he can play a telling shot here.
Can't beat it, can you? Black ball drama. Plenty of distance between them here.
Yeah, he's played a very clever shot there as Dave. He come round and have a little look at the possibility of playing that as a double into the middle pocket there. Knew that the pace he was playing at, if he missed it, it could end up where it has done. Clever shot.
So 2 shots each on the respot.
Well, hold on to your hats because he's gone for the double there and he's got very close to fluking it in the corner pocket. But in getting so close to that, he's left a... Well, it's a smelly, thin black. But he's got to go for it. Jamie Clark, fully commit to this. Big shot coming up. He's just steadying himself. Laser focus. Just trust yourself. Stay as still as possible on delivery.
The drama continues.
This is a tough one for Dave. He may look at possibly playing the double up into one of the baulk pockets with a little bit more pace to try and send it up the side cushion. If you miss it, maybe the side-to-side shot is difficult from here because he's so close to the side cushion. Coming round to just have a look to see if you can kick the black up the table from behind. Yeah, it's very awkward cueing actually. The cue ball being so close to the cushion, hand on the side rail. Going to be digging down a fraction on the cue ball, which could implement a little bit of unwanted side and throw the white off its intended course. He's just making absolute sure here, Dave, weighing up his options. Needs to play the right shot here. Get that black as safe as possible.
So here we go. Well, he managed to hold the white close to the top cushion.
Yeah, he's done pretty well there. As Dave, he's had a little stab at the double up into the yellow bag. His primary concern was to keep the cue ball as close to this cushion as possible, and he managed to not leave an easy shot at the black for Jamie, so just the safety. On we go. I don't suppose you know what the record for the most amount of shots played on a black ball shootout is, do you, Dave?
I don't, but I suspect we're not close to it yet.
Yeah, that's another good shot from Jamie Clark. Played that nicely.
Obviously, we're going to stay on this respot. We'll be with the other table shortly, but we've got to see how this resolves itself. Nothing easy's been left yet here, has it? There's been some good safety played. This is a time really for holding your nerve.
Yeah, there's only been one real attempt at the black, and that was from Jamie Clark, and it was a pretty difficult one anyway. Been some nice safety shots played. And again, another very nice shot from Jamie. So Dave trying to send the black ball up towards the yellow bag, try and get it onto that side cushion. It's quite close to this cushion though, the black, so this needs a little bit of care and attention. Well, he's played the double kiss and he's done a pretty good job, although the black has come somewhat out into the open. And I can't see how Jamie won't be having a little tickle at this one. Can play it with an element of safety. If you're going to miss this, Jamie, you've got to miss this thin. And he hasn't, he's missed it thick. So he's got a good cue ball, but we're missing it thick. The black's going to come out into the table like it has done so. Same as Jamie, Dave is going to be having a go at this.
An immense battle on this respotted black. And it's been won by Dave Gilbert with a terrific long black, and Jamie Clark very sportingly just tapping his leg there. Here it is again. Just watch Clark as well. It takes a lot to do that, I think, to just acknowledge the good shot. And it is Dave Gilbert who goes in front, 3-2. So, table 1, Anthony McGill and Anthony Hamilton. 3-0 to McGill, looking good for 4-0 here. 11 in front needs brown and blue. Oh, wow.
He's missed the brown. How has he missed the brown?
Oh, that's incredible. And if he loses the frame now, as seems quite likely, that's probably what he'll remember at the interval, not the fact he won the first 3. He was basically 2 balls away from taking a complete grip on the match.
Wow, he was well behind in this frame, Anthony. That was a big chance to take a 4-0 lead. What a turning point this could be in this match. Anthony Hamilton with a massive, massive let-off there.
9.
So, is he about to stop the rot? Tell you what, the interval has come at a perfect time for McGill. If Anthony Hamilton pots this final black, he will be disgusted at that one.
It's an absolute gift, wasn't it? I mean, he's virtually shut the door on the match if he wins the frame there, but he didn't. He missed the brown out of nowhere. And Anthony Hamilton has cleared up, and it's 3-1 as they go to the interval. Let's go back to table 4. Zach Surety is 61 in front here, 3-3 with Jamie Jones, 51 on, so Jones needing snookers. But he's potted a red here, so this blue, he'll be 56 behind. So 2 snookers needed.
13.
Yeah, so the latest scores, it's 3-1 McGill over Hamilton. It's 3-2 Gilbert over Clark after that respot. Matt Selt's 3-2 up on Lou Hyashin, who's just won the 5th frame. And here, looking like 4-3 Zach Surety. So all pretty tight and close this evening.
Well, someone's messaged in on Twitter, just referenced the question of what's the longest ever respotted black, and not sure if it's an official record, but thank you James George for sending in possibly the longest one, the 2019 International Championship respotted black. Looks like it was between Ding and Mark Allen. 40 shots, 14 minutes and 30 seconds. That is a marathon.
Yeah, great knowledge. Well, Jones playing on. It's going to be tough from here. 2 snookers required. That's 2 successful snookers, of course. You might have to lay 20 to get the points. That was a chance, though, for Surety to end things. Now, if he could pot a couple of reds here with blacks, then that will increase his chances. Take it down to 1 red, the free ball and all the rest of it. Maybe raise the anxiety levels a little bit for his opponent. Well, he has conceded the frame, so after all that, Zach Surety leads 4-3. Now, we've just seen that marathon Respot Black battle, which Dave Gilbert won, and he's in first in frame 6 here. There's never been more than a frame between him and Jamie Clark, but maybe that Respot may just mark a sea change. Can he start to take a bit of control? Good black he knocked in the end. Of course, he had the chance to kill the frame off long before then. It was Clark who cleared up to force the Respot. Gilbert, 2 last 16s at the UK Championship, 2016, 2021, so it's not been his most successful event. He's been in the semis of the World and the Masters, the World Championship that is, and the Masters.
25.
Yeah, and it could just be the boost he needed. That last frame, Dave Gilbert
32.
would have breathed a sigh of relief seeing that black go in. So there's a plant just underneath the pink here. Just got to watch where his cue ball's going. Don't think he can bring too many more reds into play with this shot, so needs an angle on a colour.
33.
No, he's played for the pink. Tight little area this.
$39.
So, developed a couple more reds, and this is starting to look like a very good chance now to win the frame in one visit. And as I say, open up that 2-frame cushion and then just threaten to run away with it. It's surprising these two have been around a while. They've never played each other before. Been quite a memorable first meeting.
$47. $48.
So it's a nice little area to send the cue ball up, should Dave wish to play the cannon. Doesn't have to, but it looks like it may be a natural going up into the reds. Just get them all open. Surely he's going to land on one. I think he is, but could be a little bit easier than it is.
55.
It's a little bit of a thin cut back, and he's got to be mindful of his cue ball as well. Try and control that. 49 points to the good in this vital frame after the respot.
Yeah, and if he won the frame at this visit, it would be the first one that's been won easily. All the others have been close, non-closer obviously than the last frame.
$56.
kind of at the crunch point in the frame as he tries to keep this break going. Got to negotiate the bulk end here with the cue ball. That'll do very, very nicely. Very nicely.
60.
Yeah, that's one of the shots of the night for me. That was a very, very nice positional shot from Dave Gilbert. He's checked the cue ball in and out of baulk, played it at pace because he couldn't find a way to just drift down the table and land, so found a lovely line. Couldn't have landed any better for him. Great shot.
So the pink to lead by 62, so I'll need one more red. So the Respot has certainly played its part. Gilbert has looked confident in making this break. He's starting to make his move in this match. This red is at full stretch. Got to keep a toe on the floor. But if he pots it, he should be 4-2 up.
69.
Yeah, and this is what the best players, this is what they do. You're almost just anticipating Dave's going to click into gear at some stage. We've already mentioned how well he performed in his previous match, and you know, this has been a far cry away from that so far tonight, but there's still time left. As they say, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish, and Dave is just going through the gears here. That respot could have been a massive moment in this game.
Well, he's out of position, but he's done enough. Yeah, good 77 from Dave Gilbert to lead 4-2. So a little bit of clear blue water between him and Jamie Clark. Table 3 is Matt Selt and Lou Heischen. 3-2 to Matt Selt. And quite a tight 6th frame here. It was 3-1. Lou Heischen won the 5th. As we've been saying, this is a rematch of the 2019 Indian Open Finals. Selt won 5-3 that day. Obviously a shorter format then. Selt's had breaks of 71 and 70. Lou Heischen's highest to 62 in frame 1.
50.
Yeah, he's a bit high on the black. He's looking to see if he's on the pink, and the way he's walking round, doesn't seem to be. Just put himself under it with this one. Oh, it doesn't drop. It doesn't drop.
50.
So Matt was in first in this frame, broke down on 22. Let Lou Haoshan in and gets a second chance himself. It was a tricky black that Lou Haoshan just took on there. He didn't look set at all. It was a big stretch for him.
1.
So Matthew Selt looking to do what Dave Gilbert has just done over Jamie Clark, and that's extend his lead to 4 frames to 2. Just slowly starting to pull away.
8.
Yeah, here at the Morningside Arena last season in Leicester, the Championship League, he it's a league format, as the name suggests, and if you don't win the group and don't get relegated, you come back for the next group. He played in all 7, and he made 23 centuries that actually equalled Karen Wilson's record for a single event. A lot of matches, yes, but also he's playing top players in the world. It was a pretty formidable performance, really. Of course, he once made 5 in a match in the UK Championship against Amina Miri.
14.
Yeah, and that just underlines Matt's ability. He can score like the best. That's what you've got to do in this game, especially at the top level. It's all well and good trying to grind out matches, and of course, you know, it gets very tense out there, and sometimes it's hard to score heavily. The balls can dictate. But if you want to be right at the top of the game and winning games consistently, you've got to score.
Just to say, McGill and Hamilton are back after their interval. Nothing doing yet in frame 4. It should have been frame 5. It should have been 4-0 to McGill. He missed that brown. Hamilton was happy to get the chance to make the clearance.
30.
Delicate little shot this from Matt coming up. Got to focus on potting the red. Don't take your eye off that. Played it very, very nicely. That's a lovely controlled positional shot. Surely now.
Yeah, I mean, control is the word. And I did a match Selt played in one of the Home Nations events this season where he actually lost all self-control. He was berating himself and berating his luck. And when that happens, you're not giving yourself much of a chance. But this is the other side of Matt Selt. He's looking good tonight, in control of himself, showing us what a terrific player he is, and making his move in this match against a tough opponent. This was a tough one to call, I think, at the start of play. But Selt now, certainly the favourite. Well, he'll be feeling good now, and he'll want to pot all of these, just free his arm a bit and just relax and kind of show Luhash, and okay, you're going to have to turn it on yourself if you're going to turn this around. The next frame, clearly a big one.
60.
So 4-2 to Matt Selt. Now, Zach Surety, massive night for him. This would be his biggest ever win if he could complete it. And he's 4-3 up to Jamie Jones and at the table in the next.
Yeah, just got the pink to work off for the time being. A couple of reds in open play, as you can see. Got to keep a nice control of his cue ball for now. The tension's going to start to build out there if Zach allows it to. You know, these are big moments for him. Big prize money on offer, of course, and with it, big ranking points. Vital ranking points for Zach as well on his second year of his tour card this year. We've already said he's currently sitting in one of the 4 places on the 1 year list, so he is in a strong position, but he wants to keep it going. So wisely going up for the black there. That's going to go on to the blue spot next. The 2 reds are currently on the black spot. He'll look to tend to them now. Well, referee Ben Williams having a good strong look at this. Zach does not want that black to spot. Well, it has done. The red below the black must pot still, but he's tied another one up.
Well, obviously still work to do where the remaining reds are, but in general, he's looked good tonight. Zach Surety is not feeling the occasion yet, just concentrating on what he's doing.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's got to continue to do. Oh, he's missed the pink. He's missed the pink. Just about to say he's got to try and stay as present as possible, not let the occasion get the better of him. He's getting close to the winning line now, and as every ball is potted, the tension out there will start to rise. Jamie not even interested in the red down the rail. He'd have had to use the spider with it. So he felt the percentages were not in his favour. Choosing to keep it tight. So we've already mentioned what a big moment that respotted black could have been in this game here on table 2, and it's turned out to be a massive turning point. Dave Gilbert won the respot, made a nice break in the frame after, and Jamie Clark missed a red to middle a few moments ago and let Dave in for this break now, and look at where they're situated. Absolutely exactly where you'd like them to be. Big moments in this game for Dave. If he can take out this frame, Jamie Clark will be fully up against the ropes with it all to do.
Yeah, it's definitely made a difference. Not least the actual black that Gilbert potted to end that respot battle. It's just like being injected with confidence. And even Jamie was clapping. Well, not clapping, but he was just tapping his hand. But now he's in trouble if Gilbert can press on for a few more minutes towards 5-2.
34.
Just like he's sort of broken the deadlock in the match. We had some very close frames. But those missed greens in frame one, a bit of a distant memory now for him. Classy player, I think, Gilbert. Very elegant style around the table. And he's just trying to build his confidence back up again. Try and get some consistency. He's been in the quarterfinals of the Northern Ireland Open in Belfast, one of the Home Nations Series events this season. But it's sort of no good coming good now and again. You've got to try and be consistently going deep, and that's not easy with the strength that there is in the circuit. It's very tough, actually.
Yeah, he's such an elegant player to watch, Dave. He's got that lovely long swing. Oh, he's missed the black. Would you believe it?
Well, that could be a turning point the other way. Left a starter to the middle here. There's only 21 in the frame.
As we expect, big moments left, right and centre here on Judgment Day. Could that be another one in this game? There's been so many twists and turns, momentum swings. Jamie Clark with an incredibly important visit to the table now. You feel if Jamie's going to have any hope of winning this game tonight, the way things have gone so far for both players, he's got to take this clearance out.
Seven. Eight.
The pressure cooker of the final qualifying round for one of the majors. You just cannot beat it.
No, and just when you think you know the way the story's going, there's a plot twist, and it was this black that Gilbert missed.
$50.
Pressure on Jamie Clark, though, to try and make the most of the chance.
60.
It's a great one, you've got to say, for the Welshman.
$22. $23.
He'll feel he has to take this out now. And really, he should do. It's just going to be pressure that stops him, but of course there's a lot of pressure on, but just try and focus on each shot. Not that much more to do.
$31.
Well, I guess he played on the blue, but he's wrong side of it. So it's going to be the green instead. No problem. Nicely cued. 13 in front, so he needs yellow, green and brown for 4-3, when it could have been 5-2. It was looking likely to be, actually.
$36. 39.
So 22 in front, 18 on. So 4-3, he's done well there from the miss black from Gilbert. And that frame is done. 4-3 it is. Now then, we're going to go to table 4 because things are getting dramatic here as well. You can see Zach Surety 4-3 in front, 9 in front, on the last red. Golden chance to go 5-3, a frame from qualifying for York, and he's missed the red. Oh no. Wow, what a chance it was. And you can see the agony on his face. Well, we'll see. The match isn't done yet by any means, but if he doesn't win, then that is a massive moment in this match because he was well poised for 5-3. Jamie Jones now looking to steal for 4-4. Well, that's not great. It's not ideal at anything now. Just managed to finish in the middle of nowhere, really. So it's going to be back to defence here. It's a bit of a reprieve, that, really, for Zach Surety. When he missed the red, he must have felt the frame was gone. But in fact, he's still in front as he comes back to the table. Well, just waiting for everything to stop rolling there. I mean, I guess that could have finished worse, but it is a potential pot here. He's got very edgy, this frame. As I say, Surety, as we picked it up, he was on that last red. And again, no attempt here from Jamie Jones. He's just playing the safety. Just trying to keep things as tight as he can and earn a better chance. Well, he may take this on now. Thin clip on the yellow. Problem is, it's one of those, if he misses it, he could leave it near the pocket. He's been reasonably reserved tonight, Jones. And just sort of trying to force chances through good safety, but he could clip this in. Sort of feels like yellow ball frame, although it's not necessarily the case. But it could be whoever pots the yellow does win this frame. There's only 8 points in it. This is a snooker. Oh, he's caught it very thin. Wow. He sort of holds his hand up, but again, this is potable. At some point, surely, he's got to have a go at it. One good pot required. And that is one good pot. Brilliant. From Jamie Jones. So, another chance for him. Jack Surety missed the last red. Jones couldn't capitalise on that opportunity, but now it's in his hands to level up at 4-4. Well, you're going to need the rest here, so just a bit of pressure on this. Pressure on everything, really, but you want to try and keep things as simple as possible. Brown to take the lead. Nicely done. Yeah. So he needs blue and pink. He's got that little strut on again, hasn't he, Jamie Jones? That's how he kind of walks around the table, very determined, sort of pumped up character in general. He's fighting hard in this match against a very determined opponent, but Zach Surety missing that last red, that was a big moment because he was poised for a 5-3 lead. He's come down to this pink.
14.
Just looking at the potting angle. Doesn't need the black. The pink for 4-4. And in it goes. So Jamie Jones steals the frame, and the match now effectively a best of 3. 4-4. I think we need a breather. So let's go to the studio and join Rob Walker.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks, Dave. I definitely think you've deserved a minute or two off. We've got Stephen out of the commentary box and into the studio. How big was that pink for Jamie Jones? Fascinating match. We're going to get to some analysis on the Dave Gilbert, Jamie Clark match shortly, but that was big stones there from Jamie because he's under pressure in this match because he will have started this as the favourite.
Massive, yeah, massive moments in that game. You know, the thought of going 5-3 down there to Zach, who he looks inspired this week, Zach. He's played some really good snooker, but that was, as you say, a really gutsy clearance and committed so well to the pink there at the end, and fantastic break.
And it'll be really interesting to see what happens in those last 3 frames because this, without question, would be the biggest victory of Zach's career. He has made the last 32 of ranking events, I think, 4 times before, but not at the UK. He's not walking down those stairs at the Barbican with the whole place banging, giving him a great reception, and he's never won more prize money than he would if he got the £10,000 and made it through to the Barbican. So there's a massive next hour or so for Zach Surety.
Yeah, it's huge, and in particular because he's on his 2nd year of his tour card, you know, these ranking points are massive for a player like that. You know, that's all going on in the back of your mind. What he's got in front of him here is a best of 3 at the end of the day. He's got to try and stay present, stay focused, and hope that he can get the job done.
Right, so that drama is still to come. What about this respot? It was absolutely incredible. I was joking with Ivan Hershevitz in the press room to say, I wonder what the record is for the most number of shots on a respot.
And we
were starting to wonder. Yeah. It was a brilliant exchange between the two of them.
Yeah, it was fantastic, and you know there was a lot of really good safety played throughout this little exchange. You know, Dave's had a couple of stabs at long doubles. You know, it's a value shot to play at the right sort of pace. He's probably had a little go at it to the middle there, again, knowing that the pace he plays it at, he can get it safe. Tap on the table from Jamie there. This was a big shot, you know. This is the one that Jamie takes on. He has to miss this thin. If he's going to miss this, he's got to miss it thin. He misses it thick. That brings the black out into the open of the table. You know, it's not something he's probably thought about at the time. He's probably gone back to his seat and thought, why have I not missed that thin? You know, and Dave's come to the table with the chance that turned out to be the one that's ended up getting him over the line in this frame. Massive, massive turning point, you know, or what we thought it was going to be a big turning point. Dave pots this black, cues it very well, commits to the shot, stays with it all the way.
7.
Tap on the table again from Jamie, very sportingly.
He was, and you could see how much pressure he was under, right? Then Dave rattles off a 77, and all of a sudden, he's looking like he's in total control. But the black he missed in the frame we just saw a few moments ago to bottom left allowed the door to open for Jamie. There could be another twist or two of drama in that one. It looked like that respot would turn the whole thing in Dave's favour, but when Clark's getting 1 or 2 little chances, he's taking them and he's still in the match.
the pressure cooker that is Judgment Day, Rob. You know, you think you've seen it all and you haven't. That respotted black was a turning point. There's no doubt about it. You know, he's made a big break in the next frame. He's plumbing in the next. He misses that black that was just completely out the blue. Jamie Clark had to make that clearance there. He did do. He's back in the game and he's got a chance.
A quick word before we go back to Dave and get you back in the commentary box. Interesting, Matt Selt against Liu Heo Chan. He's had 3 decent breaks. He's had a 71, a 70 and a 60. So he hasn't been rattling in the centuries, but little by little, he's clawing his way over the line, and he'd be making it through to the last 32 of the UK for the 6th time in his career. He loves the big stage, and it's kind of steady as he goes. It's not spectacular snooker, but it's enough to have left him 2 frames away from the winning line.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head. He's a very solid match player, is Matt Selt. You know, he's going to keep chipping away at Liu Haoshan, who's going to have to perform well if he's going to win. Matt's been sort of quietly going under the radar this week. We know what a good scorer he is, and you know he would love to get to the Barbican. It's a big occasion. He's a big occasion player, and you know, good luck to them both.
And he really loves it when he's out there under the bright lights. I remember it was 2015 when he made a brilliant run to the quarterfinals. He'll fancy it if he gets in the draw tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, again, another one that always wears his heart on his sleeve. You know, he will back himself to the hills until the cows come home. There'll be no one in that draw that he will fear if he wins here tonight. You know, come Saturday, whether he's playing, you know, he's a game for anyone.
Okay, what's your instinct going back to Dave Gilbert and Jamie Clark? Are we going all the way?
Yeah, I think we are, you know. I really do think we are. We've seen so many twists and turns in this game, you know. We thought Dave was going to pull away. Jamie's kept with him. It's just destined for a decider and possibly to go right down to the wire.
Well, it will be brilliant to see. We've got some great action before we wrap up. Don't go to bed just yet, wherever you're watching in the world. It is the end of Judgment Day Part 1, and we've got 4 men who will finish tonight knowing they are in the draw tomorrow afternoon for the big start at the MrQ UK Championship at the Barbican, 1 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. And as well as all the other great matches, we've still got the 2 Antonys with McGill in charge at the moment. Back to you, Hendo.
Yeah, they're on the pink in frame 5, and as you can see, this is a pivotal moment. 5 points in it. McGill in front, he just needs the pink. Hamilton needs them both. It should have been 4-0. McGill missed the brown in the 4th frame. Hamilton potted a good blue in this one. Wasn't on the pink, though. It was near a side cushion. Now this is the safety battle. If Hamilton can win this frame, then I think we're in for a long old night with these two, because he's sort of got his teeth back into the match, hasn't he? He looked to spent force, frankly, when McGill was clearing up for 4-0. Two players very adept at the tactical side of the game. Well, Hamilton, understandably, having a good look at this. The pink quite tight to that cushion. Remember, McGill just needs the pink. So this is a big shot for the Sheriff. Got to keep it safe. Well, he's having a good think about it, but here we go. Big shot. Can't afford to leave this pink on. Now then, where's it going to finish? Played a good shot here. Yeah, he had a long think about that and just showing his experience there. Played a terrific shot to get the pink on the cushion. This is a very high-quality exchange between two granite snooker players. Okay, it's quite a long match, but it's full of knowledge and tablecraft. Hamilton's not rushing. His average shot time, according to the World Snooker Tour website, is 41 seconds. Oh, he's got a good cue ball, but the pink is potable and it's all McGill needs. Yeah, nicely done. Big blow to land that. Very tight frame. It could have gone 3-2. Great pink from McGill to lead 4-1. Well, let's drop in again on table 4, which is 4 each, Jamie Jones and Zach Surety. We saw Jamie Jones steal that 8th frame to draw level, and he's in front by 23 in the next. Just to recap the other scores, Matt Selt 4-2 up on Lou Heischen, and Dave Gilbert 4-3 up on Jamie Clark. Clark's 46-0 up. He missed a red, though, in the 8th frame. Oh, it's pretty tense, isn't it, Stephen? Let's be let's be honest.
Well, that's an understatement. It's very, very tense out there. I can feel the tension in the arena. That was a massive frame, actually, for Jamie Jones to win. If Zach gets to 5, he's on the hill, so to speak, and you know, he only needs one real good chance. Jamie Jones just will not go away. He's a very, very determined character. Very gutsy player. He's made a really nice little clearance. Didn't look much, but there was a couple of pressure pots in that. Played a really nice pink to steal the frame. 4 apiece. I think the longer this game goes on, you've got to fancy Jamie Jones. Just from his experience, he's got a little bit more of the big occasion experience than perhaps Zach Surety has. Make no doubt about it. This is one of the biggest occasions for Zach, and I really hope he can stand up and keep producing the level that he has done.
Jamie Jones is being pretty cautious, playing the percentage game tonight, and well, it is kind of working for him. He got back into that last frame. Now then, another Jamie, another Welsh Jamie Clark on table 2 has just potted a good red to right middle. So this is live, 51 in front, with a chance to make it 4-4 from 4-2 down. Oh, he stayed right down on it, didn't he? But it's gone in.
Yeah, I've lost count of the twists and turns this match has provided so far, but that last frame was so important for Jamie to make that clearance. There was all there, but they still needed potting, and there's a lot of pressure out there. Make no doubt about that. I'm not even going to say that it's a turning point because there's probably going to be 1,000 more in this game. You just cannot afford to take your eyes off this match.
7. Yeah, sure.
Well, there's a lot of queue here, isn't there? Played it nicely. Edging closer to parity in this match. It looked like Gilbert had made his move, but things have turned back. That's the thing about turning points, of course. You can have more than one. We saw one on the respot, but then Gilbert missed that black in the last frame, and things have turned again. And Clark's just a couple of balls away, a couple of reds away, I should say, from making it 4 each and making it a best-of-3 shootout.
10. $50.
So this is frame ball for 4-4. Nicely done, Jamie Clark. So this has now become officially a thriller. Yeah, so snooker's needed there. Let's get to table 3 because it looks like Lou Hyacinth is going to pull one back here. Just potted what's effectively frame ball, 45 in front. So just potted the red, and it's going to be 3 snookers needed. I suspect Selt will play on if he gets the chance. But if the pink goes in, he won't get the chance. So Lou Hyacinth making another match close. So we've got 2 4-4s. This will be a 4-3. Of course, the other one is 4-1 to McGill over Hamilton. Yeah, it's going to be Lou Hyacinth's frame. So 4-3 there. And, of course, it's 4-4 Jamie Jones and Zach Surety. But Jamie Jones is in front in the next by 44. Good chance to take the lead. He was very close to going 5-3 down, of course.
Yeah, very good chance now. He's just played a delightful little cannon to the 3 reds that were tied up beneath the pink, and he's really opened the frame up now. 44 points he already leads by in this very important 9th frame. And again, another nice little delicate hold. Played that really well.
Jamie Jones does have, of course, more experience of the big matches. Former Crucible quarter-finalist. And 3 semi-finals in the ranking event. We just lost that table, I'm afraid, so we're just going to show the end of the Selt Lou Hyacinth frame just to confirm it is 4-3. I think we can get back now. Well, in fact, table 1 this is. Yeah, apologies for that. Just a slight gremlin.
26.
Hamilton in front on table 1, but let's see if Jamie Jones can win this frame. He's going to be 58 in front with this. So one more red needed.
Tough match player, Jamie Jones, and he's showing that here. Very determined in every match he plays. Every shot is a pint of blood for him. And that's how it should be. He's a proper professional. Zach Surety is already having a very good week. And he's going to have to dig deep here now. He's going to be 5-4 behind in a race to 6. He's got to try and find something, try and make something happen. If he can somehow force a decider, then who knows what can happen. We've already seen today so many twists and turns. Big moments are coming up in this game.
Yeah, the pressure has shifted for Surety from being the front runner to now having to chase. And Jones, well, he's a confident sort. He's done kind of the hard work to get in front. Now, of course, he's got to go over the line. The old cliche about the last frame being the hardest to win has some merit to it, but he's looking good in himself. I like the way he's played tonight. He's not taking too many risks. He's sort of taking what's there when it's there, but he potted that great yellow in the last frame when he had the chance to win it, and he's certainly looking good now and favourite in this match. So this frame is done, 5-4. We'll be back later on, of course, for more. But to this shot, we're going to go to table 2, which is Dave Gilbert and Jamie Clark. This is 4-4. It was 4-2 to Gilbert. Clark is in early on in frame 9 live here. Feeling a lot better now, I'm sure, having won the last 2. Had that great run last year in the UK Championship, beat Mark Williams at the Barbican. And already a good win this year over Jordan Brown, of course, who was a semi-finalist in the last ranking event, the International Championship. Came here. I saw Jordan actually before his match, and he was absolutely buzzing with what he'd done in China. Feeling really good, but ultimately it was Jamie that got the win. Those two good friends, maybe that didn't help.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think it had a bit of complexity, that game, because they are such good friends. I think it was very uncomfortable for both players. I've experienced that myself before, and I can thoroughly understand where they're coming from. It's not nice when you are friends off the table, you know. It's one big family, the snooker tour, really. There's only, you know, 128, give or take, pros in the whole world, and it is one big family, really. Everyone seems to get on and spend a lot of time with one another. It's never nice to have to play your friends, but at the end of the day, you're here to do a job, and they're trying to beat you. You've got to try and beat them. It's as simple as that. As they say, there's no friends out there in the heat of battle. The difference between winning and losing. Oh, Jamie.
Jamie Clark 30.
Perhaps just trying to pinch a little bit of the pocket there to travel the cue ball over a fraction to get closer to the black, and in doing so he's caught the near knuckle, and they're never going to go in.
Well, that has got everything into play. Cat amongst the pigeons shot, that.
And he couldn't really have hoped for a better outcome, I suppose. You know, he's nicely on the blue. Just got to play one good shot here. Blue into the green bag. And everything will be waiting. In it goes. That's a good pot from Dave. A little pressure pot there. That had to go.
Yeah, and I was watching him, you know, in his seat. And we see this shot again. This is open sesame stuff, isn't it? I was watching in his seat as Jamie Clark was looking good, and he was sort of just fidgeting a bit. He didn't look comfortable, actually, but the chance has come. He's cleared his mind and decided to go fully on the attack. Just try and get on the front foot where he likes to be, of course. Shake off some of the nerves and just play the game he enjoys.
$11. 12. 17. $18.
Of course, having got the Reds into play, he's got plenty now to choose from.
$21.
So in goes the red, just off the near jaw.
22.
Important for Dave to try and keep a real close cue ball here, because with the pink being up the table, just really the blue and black to go off for now. Doesn't want his white to be travelling too far. Well, surely he's not under hit that.
$29.
Referee Rob Spencer making absolute certain that that black was respotted perfectly. I think he's okay. Looking at his body language, he's gearing up for this red. Just got away with that.
30. $37.
Wow, another very unexpected miss, you've got to say. There's been a few in this match, and that's the latest from Dave Gilbert, just as he was starting again to look good. Head kind of bowed in the background there.
And after the two previous frames from Jamie Clark, he will feel that whether it's true or not, that he's got Dave bang under it here. He will be thriving off that. Seeing Dave miss that type of shot, Jamie will feel that it's because of what he's done, which it probably is. So that's just feeding into Jamie's confidence at the moment. And all of a sudden, he's got a little spring in his step around the table. His shoulders are pushed back again. He's a big presence out there, is Jamie Clark, and he's a really solid match player now. You can just see him building in confidence slowly all the time. This is a great time in the game for that to happen as well. You can just see in his eyes, he's got that laser focus now. He can almost smell blood, Jamie. He feels like he's got Dave on the ropes. There's no reason that Dave should have missed that red, and Jamie's got to pounce again.
Yeah, it's a great chance, but it was a great chance for Gilbert. Of course, he missed unexpectedly. It's been a bit of a pattern in this match. So points level.
20.
So 4 reds, 4 blacks. He wouldn't need the yellow.
21.
And it's the simple shots that hurt you the most. We saw that misread from Dave. They're the ones that are the real killers. You can forgive yourself if you miss a mid-range pot or one that maybe
29.
isn't really in your favour, but that was unforgivable, I'm afraid. That red should never have been missed, and he'll be thinking about that in his seat, watching the Welsh whirlwind mop these up.
Yeah, of course, he's from Llanelli, the home of the great Terry Griffiths, who won the UK title in 1982 and was an absolute ever-present in the early years of the event. Yeah, 4 more pots needed, and it's effectively 5-4 to Clark, barring snookers. And then we'll be going over to see another Jamie, see if Jamie Jones can get his match won.
Well, he's not quite got straight enough on this red to the middle, so this is a tricky little pot now, but you feel one good pot and nice position. He's going to be taking a 5-4 lead. And in goes the red.
45.
Yeah, the green will be enough. He'd be 28 in front with 27 on. Yeah, if he puts the green, then we'll go over. So snooker required, otherwise it's 5-4 to Jamie Clark. But Jamie Jones, another Welsh Jamie, has got a chance to get his match won on table 4. He's 5-4 up to Zach Surety, 11 points in front here in frame 10. Jack Surety was looking good to lead 5-3, missed the last red to the green pocket. And Jamie Jones here has turned the match around. He levelled the match, he won the last frame, and now it's in his hands to get it won here and be our first winner tonight. And indeed the first British player actually into the draw as a qualifier. Of course, we had 2 Chinese, 2 Thai players this afternoon. Ding Junhui and Fang Zhengyi, Tepcharan Nu and Nopan Senkam. Clark, just to confirm, did win that that 9th frame to lead Dave Gilbert 5-4. Now then, he's playing this delicate little cutback. And he's missed it. He never liked that shot, and there's the fist coming down, because that was his chance to get it won, and he hasn't got it won. Zach Surety lives again. Yeah, he played this cut back, just slightly overcut it, and then there's the fist. We've seen tables banged a lot harder than that before now, but even so, it was a little sign of frustration.
Yeah, and that's what this game can do to you. It's incredibly frustrating out there. Jamie knew that that was a real chance to try and get this game won. The last thing he wants to do is let a confident Zach Surety back into the game. If he can force a decider, we've already said, who knows what can happen. It really is a toss of a coin, especially out there. The last qualifying game for the MrQ UK Championship, one of the majors, the Triple Crown events. These are the moments that all these guys are practicing for. They want to take part at the Barbican. And it all comes down to these moments. It's moments like these you find out what you're really made of. It's all well and good putting in the hours of practice back home in the club. You never really know what you're made of until you're faced with adversity and situations like this, where you've got to stand up and you've got to produce.
Just finished a little short on this black. Now the hard work kind of starts, but he's back in the frame. Still 4-1 to Anthony McGill, Anthony Hamilton, by the way. It's quite a slow going 6th frame there. Well, he sort of made an attempt to get close to the red, but maybe not hard enough. So he's looking for safety here. Two points in it. 10-sol business this. Jamie Jones trying to get the match won. Zach Surety trying to force a decider. He's got the snooker.
Yeah, and he's got to hit this red and get it safe. A little bit of insurance with the other red being already safe on the side cushion. But you just can't afford to give even half a chance to your opponent at this stage of the game, because it's all you're looking for. Well, for a moment there, I thought he was going to pot the red, and that would have been outrageous, but he hasn't. He holds his hand up because he's got away with it. What a story it would be for Zach Surety to make it through to the final stages at the Barbican. Real highlight for him. It would be one of the biggest wins of his career.
All these little nudges and touches, you know, at this stage they make a big difference, don't they? He's blocked off one red, but there's a bit of mileage, I think, left in this frame yet. Now a chance here for Jamie Jones.
If he can pot this red, he needs to get so perfect on a colour because the red won't pass the pink into this corner pocket. So he's got to try and pot it into another bag. Is the red going to drop? Is it going to drop?
Too late now, I think. Yeah, if it drops now, it doesn't count. Incredible, really. Had a right old go, didn't it? Wriggling in.
Wow, look at that. That is hanging. I wonder if Zach can play this, try and play it thin enough to bring the pink away from the pocket. He has done. That now opens the path for the red, but he's landed very awkward on the black. No way he can really get close to the red now.
Okay, well, there's a bit of mileage left in this frame. We will come back if there are developments, but we want to just show you table 2 because Jamie Clark has his chance to get the match won. 33 in front. Real turnaround here. He was 4-2 down. Well, just as we come across, he doesn't pop that, but there's a lot of tension out there wherever you look now this evening.
Yeah, he was starting to sense that that was the chance for Jamie Clark. He just came up a little bit short on the red. It made it missable, and it made the difference. So, Dave Gilbert, what have you got left in the tank?
What?
He's got to try and make this opportunity count. Since that miss black a few frames ago, he's not looked the same player.
Just to say, Jones and Surety are still playing safe on the last red. If, as I say, if anything happens there, we're back over. 4-2, McGill, Hamilton. Hamilton's won the 6th frame there, so he's clawing his way back into it.
6.
Still 4-3, Matt Selt over Lou Heischen.
Not a great pack to get into this. They're quite awkwardly situated.
7.
If he screws off them, he may end up in no man's land. He may have to just try and punch through the pack at some stage. Yeah, he has screwed off it, and he's on nothing.
14.
Well, he's lost his way here. But let's go back to table 4. Jamie Jones has just had a go at the red along the bulk cushion. As you can see, he hasn't potted it, but Jack Shure's got to swerve this. Oh, no. Well, that could be his last shot, I'm afraid.
Oh, what have you done, Zach? I feel for you there because that was a definite chance. He's played a little swerve and I really fancied him for that one. He's just got so much onto the cue ball. He's just skimmed off the side of the red.
Yeah, and the irony, Stephen, is that is the pocket where he missed that last red in the 8th frame, and that's where his problem started. He was looking good for 5-3, and this, well, you do feel is probably going to be his last shot now. It's been a great run, and he's been so competitive in this match, but that's pretty agonising for Zach Surety.
Yeah, when he looks back at that, he'll be kicking himself because it wasn't too much of a difficult swerve, really. There was plenty of room to get round the green. Oh, as that yellow just wipes its feet. Jamie Jones, big moments for him now. He's just got to steady himself. A little shake of the head because a little bit more work to do than he may have liked on this green. Surely he's just got to play one good shot here, get nicely on the brown.
keeps checking the scores. He knows in his head what it is, but he keeps on checking. He needs brown and blue, and Jamie Jones will be our first qualifier this evening for York, and the 5th qualifier into the hat for tomorrow's draw. Agonising, as I say, for Zach Surety, because he's played so well in the qualifiers. He's played well in this match, but that last shot was a horrible one to go out on. Jamie Jones will be very, very relieved. One snooker needed, so he wants to knock this pink in as well. Otherwise, Surety will play on. Just one last pot, and it's all over. And then it goes. Jamie Jones beats Jack Surety 6-4, and the Welshman will be heading to York. He'll be in the draw tomorrow. We'll hear from Jamie in due course, but let's pick up table 3. Matt Selt and Lou Heischen, 4-3 to Selt. Just potted the last red here. This blue's put him a point in front. Yellow in an awkward spot.
Yeah, every credit to Jamie Jones. That's a great win for him. Commiserations to Zach. He's played so well this week and he's just fallen short. Nonetheless, he's had a fantastic tournament. And he hopefully should take a lot of confidence from this week. He's played some really good stuff. Of course, he'll be disappointed. Someone's going to be.
Well, this is a snooker. Just nestling up to this yellow. Well, it's a bit more than a nestle, that, isn't it? Well, you could see the intention there, but this yellow seems likely to be the key ball now, just 1 point in it. Well, let's just see if he can, if he's going to take this yellow on, and then we'll hear from Jamie Jones. He has done. We better just stay on this. Matt Selt needs green, brown and blue to lead 5-3. Three pots required for Selt, who I think has been very confident, very positive all night. One of those matches, I think, I mean, it's obvious to say, really, but considering who he's playing, he knew he'd have to play well tonight, and he has done.
Yeah, on paper, it was a toss of a coin from the word go. Two very evenly matched players for me. Both incredibly talented and very good match players. Matt's been in great spirits all week. He makes his presence known in the players' lounge, and he's played very confidently tonight.
So, just the blue needed, and Lou Heischen needs a snooker. So, it looks like 5-3 to Matt Selt. Let's go to Rob now. He's with our latest qualifier, Jamie Jones.
Thanks very much, Dave. Yes, a puff of the cheeks, a bit of relief on the face of Jamie Jones. Jamie, it was a fantastic match to follow, and at one stage it looked like you were going to go 5-3 down. He was playing the game of his life.
Yeah, I mean, the standard was outstanding, you know. I thought I played excellent, as good as I've played all season, and I was playing catch-up to him, to be honest with you, for a lot of that match. I made some good clearances at important times, and, you know, I didn't back down from any shots either. You know, I'm proud of myself. You know, I didn't try and fall over the line. I went for it at the end, and it was just so close, you know. I'm just relieved, yeah.
And you were just saying there, as we were watching Matt Selt, that despite the fact that we haven't got a huge attendance, we've got a lot of people watching, you could really feel the tension out there.
Yeah, there's just a big prize for everyone, you know. These people just watch and think they're snooker matches, you know. We're all playing for different reasons. Some people are trying to stay on tour, some people are playing for Grand Prix places, some people would just love to get to York. You know, I'm delighted to be back there. I haven't been there in a few years, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And
you are the kind of player who loves the big stage. You've had deep runs in the UK before. I remember when you got to the quarters a few years ago. You love it out there under the bright lights.
Yeah, I mean, when I feel like I can do it, you know, at times I've been out there and I haven't performed, you know, but at the moment, I feel like I can do it and I'm backing myself out there, you know. I had a couple of big shots in the end and there was no doubt, you know, that I was going for them and, you know, if I miss, I miss. And I was willing to go out to my sword, you know.
And we had an agonising moment for him. I mean, it would have been the biggest single event payday he would have had if he'd got through. This red, when he can't, just agony for him.
Well, that camera angle is deceiving because he couldn't see much of that red at all. And for him to over swerve it I was surprised he went for the swerve, to be honest with you, because when I looked at it, it was like, it didn't look on. And then he's like overdone it. And I was like, all right, just make it as simple as you can now, which it could have been simpler, to be honest with you. I played a bit of a bad shot on the yellow. Then it's just, look, you're just trying to cope out there. I'm just trying to get through each shot and be as calm as I can, you know.
And it must be difficult to focus on one ball at a time when you're so close to getting over the line. And there's so much riding on it. As you say, it's pride, it's prestige, it's the publicity that you get from appearing at York and the buzz you'll get from walking out. You had to make absolutely sure, because he made you work hard for it.
Look, there's no way at the end, that I was just anything but. I'm just putting the pink over the pocket, you know. It's just under the circumstances, under pressure, you're just trying to cut down whatever can go wrong and just manage out there, and I managed, so.
Well, it was brilliant, and you're in the draw tomorrow afternoon. Will you watch it, or will you wait for somebody to text you or phone you?
Oh no, I'll watch. I've won a couple of games now. I've got a bit of prize money, a few points on the board, so I'll be dangerous up there, I think.
Brilliant. Jamie, you've done ever so well to get over the line. It'll be a delight to introduce you to a packed house at the Barbican. Let's see who you draw tomorrow afternoon.
All right, thanks, Rob. Cheers.
Brilliant. Well
Thank
done,
you.
mate. Okay, Hendo, one down. Let's get back to it. Plenty of drama still to come at the end of day one of Judgment. 2 days. Oh, my gosh, it's turning out to be an absolute epic.
Yeah, and don't we just love it? And here we are back on table two. Dave Gilbert trying to make it 5-all, 29 behind, 35 on. On the last red here with Jamie Clark. We had a decider, of course, earlier on. Another Welshman, actually, Michael White, the wrong side of it. 6-5 to Fan Zhengyi. By the way, Lou Hyschen has got the snooker on the pink. So Matt Selt hasn't won that frame yet. It looked like he was going to, but in fact, he's only 9 in front now. We'll keep you across that, but we'll just stay with this for now.
Chance for Dave to get this red and seal this frame. Just the red required. And in it goes. That's a nice pop from Dave.
Yeah, and well, they want to make sure this black, and if it goes in, then we are definitely going the distance, 5 each, the decider to come.
It was always going to happen, wasn't it, really?
It seemed that way, didn't it, all night? Right from the first frame that was very tight.
8.
Yeah, and it's going to be a big effort from both players now. It's a one-frame shootout for a place at the Barbican. Wednesday night drama in Leicester at its absolute finest.
Yeah, so 5-all here. Now, it's a slightly slower affair on table one, the Battle of the Anthonys, Anthony McGill, Anthony Hamilton. But as you can see, it's about to go 5-2 to McGill. Snooker's required here, just showing you this frame coming to a conclusion.
69.
And this is 69 breaks so far, so chance for a century for the Scotsman. He's been patient tonight. Hamilton has turned the screw at times, but McGill has just minded his own work. And he's going to be a frame from qualifying. And remember, at the Crucible, he was one of the qualifiers everyone wanted to avoid. He drew Judd Trump, and he beat him in round 1 at the World Championship. He's missed that one, but it's enough for the frame.
Back to 3, I think. Anthony McGill, 17, and the frame.
So 5-2. Now then, as I say, we thought this frame was done. Matt Selt, where Lou Heischer needed a snooker. He got the snooker, but now he's in one himself on the pink. So now he's got the problem. Firstly, hit the pink, don't leave it on.
Yeah, there's that much happening in the arena. You just don't know where to look at times. Matt's rolled the blue in, and then a couple of shots later, he can win the frame. Lou Haoshan got the snooker. Needs to get this one safe. It needs to pull up.
White
Where's
needs
the
to
white
stay
going?
out as well.
Oh!
Selt 6.
So we're back to where we were. He needs a snooker again. Matt Selt can breathe a little easier. This is a bit cruel, really. But it's a cruel game, as we've seen for the last 10 hours.
Yeah, he's got to be careful, Matt, because Lou Haoshan has already got a snooker in this little exchange. Doesn't want to try and risk that happening again. Wants to be rolling this pink over this corner pocket.
Chance to put it away here. And get on with frame 9 with a 5-3 lead, which was threatened when Lou Heischer got that snooker. Not that simple though, is it? For those asking about the draw, it'll be made tomorrow afternoon after the, or towards the end of the first session. So around about 4:30, 5 o'clock. We'll have the top 16 in one bag and the 16 qualifiers in the other. And there'll be a couple of either-ors, but we'll basically know the lineup for the first round in York. Who's Mark Allen, the defending champ, going to play? Who's Ronnie O'Sullivan going to play? Judd Trump, Neil Robertson, etc., etc. We'll find out tomorrow. Just to say, the decider between Gilbert and Clark yet to start. Jamie Clark not in the arena at the moment.
Yeah, and I don't blame him, catching a little breather, just taking himself out to compose himself. Massive, massive frame coming up on table 2. They've just shaken hands and they're just about to break off. So Matthew Selt again will just try and drop this pink in dead weight, in or over.
Okay, well, we've said it before, but this should be 5-3 to Selt. But let's get to where the action is, which is the decider on table 2 between Dave Gilbert and Jamie Clark. They've just got underway here. 5-5, all on this frame to get in that hat for the draw. First round proper at the Barbican in York next week, or in fact on Saturday.
Shy of pace, safety shot from Dave Gilbert, so possible first chance for Jamie Clark. He's going to have his hand on the table here, and he's got a couple of long reds he can have a go at. You've got to back yourself in these scenarios. If you can't back yourself now, you never will. Oh, good effort. And he's not got away with it. That's a disastrous kiss, and he's left Dave banging the balls. So then, Dave, what can you do here? There's a few reds in open play. The black is potable.
What?
Love to just get that red away from the black spot if you can, as soon as possible. Well, it doesn't spot, and that's a nightmare for Dave. You can see from his reaction there, I'm sure he thought it must go on its spot, so
8.
plenty more work to do with this break now. So once he pots this red, he opens the black spot up. If he can get on the pink at some stage and get that down here, that would help. He's tried to get top side of the blue, and he's fallen short.
Just to say, Lou Heischer is still playing for this snooker because he already got the one on the pink. Now he's have to get it back again after the in-off. But Matt Selt still looking good for 5-3. Just not quite there yet. Still 5-2. McGill against Hamilton. Not much down. Just 6 points or 7 points scored in frame 8. We're going to stay with this frame, clearly. This is where the action is right now.
Well, getting the pink down the table helps. Cannoning the yellow doesn't. So you're going to have to play the red from range now. This is missable. Well, he's got nowhere near the red, as it turns out. No damage done, though. He's not left anything.
Now then, a chance here for Jamie Clark. 21 points behind. First real chance at the decider for him. I can tell you Lou Heischer's now playing on for 2 snookers on pink and black in that 8th frame, refusing to let it go.
Yeah, look at the table here. It's already starting to look very, very scrappy. And that's not good from Jamie. He's got way too much into that. A little rush of blood there. It was difficult to control that. Wanted to get on the blue, clearly. Looks like he's going to have a go at it. This is a big shot. Yeah, played it very well. Played it confidently. He's not played for anything though, so needs to play a telling safety shot here. Try and force a mistake out of Dave Gilbert.
6.
This is just going to go to the wire, isn't it, Dave? You can just sense it.
Yes, it does have that feel, and really right from the start, that first frame, when Gilbert missed those greens, you sort of thought, yeah, he set the pattern for the evening. We had the respot, of course. The thing is, if you don't get to York, it's like you've not played in the tournament. You have, of course, but to the general public who maybe, you know, don't follow snooker absolutely daily like the rest of us, it's like you've never played in it if you're not actually on the telly next week. People will be saying, well, why aren't you in the UK Championship? Well, I was in it a few days ago. Where's this red meantime? Oh, wow. Finished over the pocket.
Yeah, what an error that could be from Dave, because he's just glanced off the pack of reds as well and opened a few more. The black may be potable as well. Left the red over the middle bag. This is a definite chance for Jamie Clarke if he can get nicely on a colour here. First few shots of this break are key. Needs that cue ball to run on. Is it going to get there? It's not. Well, he's only got one shot here really, and that's to just nestle in behind the brown. You can tell he's disappointed with that one massively, because that was a real chance.
Jamie Clarke. Foul and a miss. Jamie Clarke. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of mileage in this decider yet until we really find out who's likely to win it. Just 10 points in it right now.
So that little joking conversation that they had pre-match in the players' lounge has turned out to be the case.
I know you could just before
A one-frame shootout.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Jamie. Yeah.
He's lost a lot of matches this season, Jamie Clarke. He's had a poor run of results. He's had some very difficult draws as well. This means so much to him. I just hope he doesn't let his emotions get the better of him and want it too badly. He's just got to stay present, focus on the balls in front of him.
Now then, while this is going on, that Matt Selt, Lou Hyshen frame, 2 snookers needed on the pink and black. It's quite rare actually for players to play on. But Lou Hyshen has played on. We can show you what's just happened. So 2 snookers needed. He's got Matt Selt in one as we pick it up here. We'll just see how he gets the snooker. Black's in a nice spot if you can get him behind it. Matt Selt's already applauding, knowing that he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, what a line he's played there. Fantastic snooker from Lou Hyshen. That was a very good shot.
Matt Selt just reminding himself that it's 2 snookers needed.
After looking at the scoreboard for the 1000th time, it's still 2 snookers.
So this is his attempted escape. And that's what happened. He hit it and went in off. So one of the snookers got. You can't fault the persistence of Lou Hyshen. He's given this a hell of a go. He still needs another snooker. We'll let you know. Meantime, back to the action here on table 2. Table 1, by the way, McGill 5-2 at 15-4. A pretty slow-going frame there. This frame, though, look at the balls here on this table. The yellow over the pocket. I mean, it doesn't exactly scream early finish, does it?
No, and this has got all the ingredients to be one of those frames where until someone pots a red and gets that yellow out the way, we might see all those reds head towards that side of the table. This could go on forever. Neither player will want a frame like this, that's for sure. But at the same time, neither player will want to push the boat out. You know, it's no mistake snooker needed here, ideally. Dave having a little go at that red. Felt there was value in it. He's missed it.
Just to say that Selt frame has finished and he has won it. So Matt Selt leads 5-3. Took a long time. You can't blame Lou Hyshen for giving it a go. They're trying to get to the final stages of the UK Championship, but Matt Selt hung on and he leads 5-3.
1.
Well, you can get rid of this yellow now.
Yeah, nice pot from Jamie, stayed with it. We felt that at that sort of pace he was always going to have a chance of finding the gap to get on the yellow, which was the key ball to remove. There's a couple of reds that are set to be a plant for this corner pocket as well, so it opens up another couple. This is a low scoring frame up to now. Chance for Jamie to
3.
score a few points here. Pink available for him.
Clock ticks past 11 at night and we have 3 matches still to be completed. Still a few hardy souls in the audience as well. Snooker's kind of made for this hour though, isn't it? You know, nice glass of wine or cup of cocoa, whatever is your fancy. Or at the telly or the computer or however people watch these days. And just enjoy everybody suffering.
Yeah, what more can you want to do on a Wednesday night? And let me tell you, they will be suffering out there. Make no mistake. The pressure these guys go through day in, day out really does just underline how tough this sport is. You're out there on your own in the heat of battle, all the emotions, the thoughts, negative and the positive, mainly negative most of the time, that go through your head. You've got to deal with that. All the hours of practice.
10.
You know, not necessarily for moments like this. It's about standing up and just trying to deal with the pressure. Just play one shot at a time at this stage. It's so important to keep trying to pick the right shot at the right time. You only get one attempt out there, and there's no second reruns. You live and die by the sword in the heat of battle.
$17.
Well, it was a bold shot, but he got nowhere near the Reds, actually.
23. Jamie Clark, 23.
So he's sort of grafted himself 13 in front, but there's a lot of mileage clearly left in this decider yet where the balls are. Could have all been different. Had he got into them there, who knows, but he didn't, and we are where we are.
Well, another bold attempt from Jamie Clark. Decided there was value in taking that red on. He's not done any damage though because he's not left the red. Cue ball's gone pretty safe as well. It's just a classic, typical decider this. Red's all towards the cushions. Black up near balk.
So very cagey moment in this decider. We will be back here shortly, but Anthony McGill with a chance to potentially get the match won on table one. Hamilton just played a shot where he opened everything up, and this is the chance for McGill. He's only 8 points in front, but black back on its spot after this shot. It is a definite chance to get the match concluded. It's been quite a lengthy affair, clearly. This is only the 8th frame. Breathe in, Anthony.
No.
Good chance now for Anthony McGill to book his place at the Barbican. He's been the better player all night, to be fair. Anthony Hamilton has had a few chances, but not really been able to make anything of them. Been a little bit of a struggle for him. But even when he does struggle, you still fancy him to be involved in the game. He's such a shrewd match player.
16.
So experienced, got so much knowledge. He's never out of it. But it may be one step too far, because Anthony McGill is poised to take this final frame.
17.
In what he's hoping is the final frame.
One last push for the Glaswegian
24.
here. And I mean, we keep saying it, but it's true. If everyone who seems to qualify, he will be dangerous, potentially, if he gets there. He's a ranked event winner. He's been in the top 16 relatively recently, Crucible semi-finalist, all the rest. He likes the big occasion. He's a sort of player, he seems to sort of go missing during the season in maybe some of the smaller tournaments, but he always seems to get himself together for the bigger ones.
Yeah, I remembered listening to an interview from Anthony a few seasons ago, actually, and he was saying that he does struggle to get up for the smaller events, and it's no surprise to see him doing well here. Of course, the UK Championship, part of the Triple Crown Series.
25.
If he is to book his place at the Barbican, I wonder how the new cue and glove will go down in front of the live Barbican audience. He's been playing very well with it. Chance to test drive the new cue.
Yeah, and I think it takes a certain amount of guts, actually, to make such a change, because people are not shy on the circuit to start pointing the finger, saying, what are you doing, and all this, and maybe a bit of mockery. Dennis Taylor, in the early 80s, he started to wear those glasses. They'd never been seen before, and people then would have said, Dennis, you look ridiculous. Well, he literally had the last laugh, didn't he, when he won that World Championship.
$29.
So he's looking for red, black, red after this one. And that'll be enough to get him over the line.
Yeah, it's a sort of match I think he expected a battle, and of course that's exactly what he got. But McGill is up to that, if he has to go that way.
36.
Just an update on the Gilbert Clark decider. There's 4 reds left. 3 are pretty safe. The black's on the cushion. There's 3 points in it, so it's very tight. We will be back across there if this McGill match finishes here.
37.
1 more red needed.
Yeah, looks a natural to just stun up maybe, and well, I suppose he could play for them into the opposite corner pocket. He is just trying to eradicate anything that could have gone wrong with that shot. So
42.
This is it.
Yeah, it's been a long old battle, but this is match ball for Anthony McGill to get into the draw for York. And in it goes. He's done well here. He's really focused and concentrated hard on this visit. And Anthony Hamilton needs 2 snookers. He'd love the black in, though, here, McGill. That is surely going to put it beyond any doubt. And in it goes. So McGill, he's going to be there. You can see Hamilton gathering his stuff up. And he's ready for the exit door, and McGill ready for York.
50, the frame, and the match. Anthony McGill.
There's the handshake then. Anthony McGill beats Anthony Hamilton by 6 frames to 2. Hamilton, as ever, gracious in defeat. McGill delighted to get it done. Back then to the decider between Dave Gilbert and Jamie Clark. Not much has happened, really. Gilbert did have a chance, and he was in when we left it, but here we are, just 2 points in it.
Yeah, he's just potted a nice long red, has Dave, but he's landed a little bit awkward. He's sort of in no man's land, really, on the balk line there. The brown's quite thin, and he needs to try and get into the red somehow. Can't necessarily do that from this position, so again, going to have to be patient here. Look at the scores, 2 points in it, 3 reds safe.
What ball?
So here we are, deep into the decider. A lot of mileage left in this yet. Those 3 reds all basically safe. Yeah, so a little standoff ensues. Yeah, it's a bit of a stalemate. So this has got a little bit of mileage in it yet. It's a good time, I think, to go to Rob Walker. He has our latest winner, Anthony McGill, with him.
Slightly nervy match, and you know, there were moments there, Anthony, congratulations, you've won the battle of the Anthonys, and we knew it was going to be tough because he just doesn't lie down. You've got to scrape him off the table, but a couple of moments there where it started to look like it could have got close.
Yeah, it was a much closer game than 6-2 suggests. I don't think there was really much in it, standard-wise. As you say, it was a battle. Obviously, to beat somebody like Anthony Hamilton, all his experience and his quality, I'm delighted with that.
And there was some good match play going on, as we would have expected.
Yeah, plenty of it. Yeah, can't really expect anything else against someone like Anthony. I know I've got to really be digging in and trying hard because I'm not going to get any easy chances out of him. I was just trying not to give him any easy chances, and as you say, it turns into a bit of a fight. But listen, it's a big match. You can't really expect you know, tons flying in all the place.
And in what turned out to be the last frame, a couple of really good clearances. You know, you had to work very, very hard to ensure you got over the line there.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure how to play this situation. Like, I don't know if I should be playing to drop the red and take the black so that I'm 50 and maybe try and get across for this one. But the blue was just so tempting to either. If I get right tight to the cushion and I'm low in the blue, I can flick this away or else come across here. I think I played it the right way, and obviously I executed it well as well. So.
And the graphite Q is still feeling good?
I'm just having a bit of a laugh, to be honest. It's not any better or any worse than a wooden Q. I mean, it does the job, so yeah, it's a bit of fun. So.
And do you think you'll stick with it then in the Barbican?
Oh no, I'll stick with it in the Barbican. I mean, it's only in a few days, isn't it? So, and give the commentators something to talk about. Yeah.
Well, they certainly will. And apparently John Higgins said he's had a little go with it in the unit, and he quite likes it.
Yeah, no, it's playable. It's at the very least it's playable, and as long as it's playable, then it's down to me, then, isn't it?
Well, it'll be great to have you at the Barbican. I know you love the big stage. Well done tonight. A very, very tough match.
Thank you.
Successfully negotiated. So Anthony McGill is in the draw tomorrow afternoon. One by one, Dave, they are getting across the line.
That's right, Rob. And Matt Selt with a chance maybe here to do that himself. 5-3 up, 41 in front. Just seeing if he's on this red to the corner. These are tense old times, aren't they? I always think at this time of night, whatever the score, it's just tense. It's just an eerie time to be playing.
Yeah, it really is the witching hour out there in the arena. The hardcore fans still up watching. A few guys still in the audience watching as well. And too right, there's plenty of drama still left here. Very, very tense, as we keep saying. Plenty on the line here.
Well, it seems he didn't get on the red, so he's looking for a safe spot for the cue ball. He did have a chance to get it one there, but we'll have to wait for another one. Trying to force the error out of Lou Hyson with a good safety.
He's done a very good job tonight, Matthew Selt, of just freezing Lou Haoshan out of this game, like in a way that he's not been able to free flow. When Lou Haoshan gets in and gets his arm going, he's a very, very good scorer. He scores very heavy, very quickly. Matt's not allowed that to happen tonight, and that's the reason why he's 5-3 up, and he's just chipping away. He's just kept with him, and he's made some important clearances at important times. He's got a very good safety game as Matthew Selt. He's very tactically aware. Something that I think goes a little bit unnoticed at times. He's very, very clued up.
Well, he has forced the error. Let's see if he can take advantage. Black and pink, no good to him. So he's going to have to force round. Well, maybe not the worst kiss. It's that stage where you could see the winning line and you're just trying to like crawl towards it somehow. Doesn't matter how now, how many visits it takes. I like this shot.
Yeah, that's very good from Matthew Selt. Very nice positional shot.
6.
So I just wonder if he's high enough on this red that... maybe a little bit awkward this. He's just looking at the angle he's got. It may look like he can just drift it through, maybe punch it through, try and cannon the red next to the black. It's not necessarily a shot he wants to be playing really, but because it's opening the frame up, but he may be forced into playing it here. It may be the right shot. Well, it was a tough one. It was a real touch shot, that slow sort of draggy stun. Difficult to execute. The main thing is he's potted the red and he's still in control, so he can try and flick a colour safe here. get the yellow onto the side rail.
Well, there's 2 tables left, so and they're both at a critical stage. There's this one and the decider with the Gilbert and Clark. As Selt tries to knock that red in, let's just keep you across both of them. Yeah, the Gilbert-Clark decider is... those reds are refusing to move. They're like sort of stone monuments on that top cushion. So there's 3 points in it. One of them has been potted, but the other 2 just clinging on. And both players, understandably, pretty cautious about moving them. Now then, how close is Luharshin to the red? Can he cut this in? He can. Hang on, hang on. Oh, what a cruel old game it is. Horrible.
Well, you would never predict that that was going to happen. Pot the red and the white in the same pocket. Matthew Selt won't mind that one bit, though. He loves to see that at this stage of the game. It was very thin red, and he did well to actually pot it in the end, trusting to luck and didn't get any. Now, Dave's got a tricky shot here on table 2. This red is quite close to this top cushion, and if he's playing back to balk, it's got to be so thin. This is a tricky safety shot. If he catches this wrong, he could leave Jamie in. And that's why he's played the double kiss again. Oh, he's had a right result there.
Touchable.
Oh, yeah, Matt Selt fouled.
Yeah, he was trying to push the brown safe there. And then trying to get so close to it, he's ended up hitting the red that he was touching.
Well, it's Luharshin who's got to be so careful on that table because Matt Selt really needs a couple of reds. He may have a go at this one. 48 in front with 67 on. A couple of reds, as I say, required to put himself into the draw for York, the final stages of the UK Championship. In it goes. Now then, he just needs to land on a colour. It's not that straightforward though, is it, this game?
No, it's never plain sailing, and Matt's going to have to wait again, just play the patience game. He's going to tuck Luharshin in behind the green. Just allowing the referee to go and stand by the green to make sure he did make contact. There was clear contact there. He was trying to nestle right in behind it. This is a pretty difficult escape for Liu Haoshan, not just to hit the red, but to try and get it safe.
Yeah, because realistically, Matt Selt just needs to get on a red and it's over. So a big moment for Liu Haoshan. I think Matt Selt has been impressive this evening from what we've seen. Meantime, a big shot from Jamie Clark. Where's this going to finish?
Wow. He's had a big lash up there because he couldn't see a shot to play. Dave Gilbert played a very, very nice safety shot. Look at where he's left it.
Touching ball.
Wow, well, in the meantime, Liu Haoshan has just made it to that red and not left anything on. Touching ball called. How's this for double drama at, what, 11:30 at night?
Dave's going to try and lay Jamie in behind the pink, send the red up to the balk area. He's got to make sure he gets that white behind that pink, because there is space. If he doesn't, he may leave a chance for Jamie. Oh, where's the red going? Oh my goodness me. No apology, absolutely savage. He's played to get in behind the pink. He must have had an inkling the red was going to be going close, because he's not held his hand up in apology, and Jamie's going to be in big, big trouble now, because it doesn't look like Dave is going to take this pink on.
Meanwhile, Matt Selt does have a chance at this red. Nicely done. So, just the black needed.
There we go.
And it's going to be victory for Selt, barring snookers, although we know Liu Haoshan likes to play for them, so we want to make sure. I think Selt's played a good frame here. He's played good safety when he's had to. He's potted a couple of key balls.
Yeah, he's played a very good match as Matthew Selt.
And that should be the winning ball for Matt Selt. He'll be relieved. It's been a hard old battle, but the main thing is he will be going to York and be part of that event. We saw archive footage earlier of him when he beat Judd Trump 2 years ago. Now then, Jamie Clark has to get this red safe. Has he got the snooker? Oh, he has. Wow. You cannot get your breath.
Well, you can't believe what's happening here on table 2. Both players keep getting one another in snookers, and well, what is going to happen next? Dave has now left a chance at this red for Jamie Clark. 2 points in it. It feels like there's been 2 points in it for about a year in this frame. Nothing has happened. It's just been nip and tuck the whole way, and it's come down to the last red. And he's potted it, and he's landed on a colour. Massive moments now. Jamie Clark with a chance in the decider to book his place at the Barbican for the final stages of the UK Championship. The emotions are running high out there, that's for sure. Just got to hold yourself together now.
6.
This is the key shot. Yellow to green. He's got to get nice on the green.
Well, the Selt match is done, so let's concentrate on whether Jamie Clark can make this clearance. He's 10 points in front. Green, brown and blue, what a battle. You could write a book on this match. It's come down to this visit, potentially.
Anything is missable at this stage, and Jamie doing the right thing here, just settling himself. This is a very awkward shot, bridging over the blue, and he's going to need the mini butt on the end of the cue. This makes a difference. A little bit more weight, a little bit more throw. One good pot here, Jamie.
It's going to mean a lot to him. Clearly, he's struggled this season, Jamie Clark. Just a couple of last 64s in ranking events, but to be part of the show in York, where, of course, last year he beat Mark Williams in the first round, could turn his whole season around.
And don't be surprised to see a reaction from Jamie Clark. With the utmost respect, this means a massive amount to him. It does to everyone, and what a way to go through, and what a way to go out.
Yeah, it was a hell of a decider, wasn't it? But it's surely been won by Jamie Clark, and there is the handshake indeed from Dave Gilbert. A right old battle between these two. The tone was set in the first frame, which went the distance. We had a respot, we had all sorts happening. But in the end, it is Jamie Clark who, for the second year in a row, was qualified for the final stages of the UK Championship. 6-5, he's beaten Dave Gilbert, the last match to finish. Oh, well, what a day we've had here, Stephen. It's been full of incident, full of drama, full of good snooker, but also the nerves of the qualifying.
Yeah, it's had absolutely everything. The drama has been exceptional. You know, fantastic standard this afternoon, and the same again tonight. We've seen absolutely everything here, and guess what, folks? We've got it all to do again tomorrow.
Yeah, bit of noise from backstage. I don't know who that is. I'm not saying it's one of the players, but you couldn't blame them if it was. Yeah, it's been dramatic. Thanks for being with us. It's been thoroughly enjoyable getting all the messages from everyone. Sorry we couldn't read them all out, but we appreciate people around the world tuning in. And as Stephen says, we'll do it all again tomorrow at both 1 o'clock and 7. We will stay with us because we're going to hear a couple of interviews in a moment. But we can show you the results tonight. Anthony McGill beating Andy Hamilton 6-2. We've just seen Matt Selt, of course, beat Lou Hyshen 6-3. Jamie Clark 6-5 over Dave Gilbert. And, of course, Jamie Jones 6-4 over Zach Surety. All matches very interesting, and all the winners delighted, I'm sure, to get through. So we can go now to hear from the latest of them with Rob Walker.
Good. I'll just take a note. Thanks, buddy.
Well, Matt Selt is over the line, and my goodness me, what a tough grind that was for you.
Yeah, he's one hard cookie to break down. I didn't realise he was so high on the 1 year list this year. He's having a really good season, so obviously he's improved a lot since I played him in the final in India. But it was much of the same, to be honest. I thought he made a couple of mistakes. He started off well. And then tactically, I just thought I got the better of him. I scored pretty heavy early when I had my chances, and then in the end, I just tried to keep him in his chair.
And you were bold when you needed to be. There was a lovely double on the green, so you went for shots.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at the table thinking, if you got a chance to win, you have to go for it. So yeah, I'm trying to win when I can, and then also I'm trying to just completely shut people out when I can as well, because that's what I build my game on. Luckily, I feel like I'm scoring heavier than I have ever done in the last year or so. So to have the mixture of the two is very nice.
And you're beginning to make a winning habit of Judgment Day victories, and that's no mean feat, is it? Because Anthony McGill's been in, and he said, "Listen, coming through this is super tough. There might not be 950 people out there, but this is brutal snooker, and it's tough to get the job done."
I think it's tough. You're right, it is tough, and I think it's tough purely because this is like a separate tournament to the UK. You know, we're coming here and it's like there's 8 winners of this event or 16 winners that get to play at York. So playing at York's my favourite venue anyway. You know, I've said that before in the past. So for us to come away from there and step away from there as a top 32 player, it was hard and it is hard. You know, luckily I qualified last year and I've qualified this year. So, you know, I really like playing in York, and I'm going to really look forward to going back there at the weekend.
Yeah, you are a big stage performer. I know you'll get a wonderful.
I wouldn't go that far.
No, you do seem to like it. You had a good run to the quarters there back in, what was it, 15?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but I'm trending in the right direction, I think. And whilst I feel like that, it's going to be enjoyable.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations, and let's see who you get in the draw tomorrow afternoon. I'll just borrow the
give me a text. Let me know.
I'll borrow the microphone if I may. Jamie Clark, step on in if that's all right. Just quickly step on in. We might need to get a logo for him in a moment. But Jamie, that was absolutely superb. Ivan Hershevitz is handing him a logo as we speak. What a match. What a match. I mean, that could be a season-defining evening for you there.
Yeah, it could be. It was from start to finish. It was a terrible game, especially at the start. We were both... I wasn't...
Matt Selt's interesting analysis there. They'll both be in the draw tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, the start of it was absolutely dreadful, and I wasn't even nervous, which was quite different for me. Normally, I'm quite a bit edgy out there, but I handle it quite well sometimes. But there, we was just awful from start to finish, and shame. I don't know. It just wasn't a very good game, and I just scraped over the line.
But you seem a little bit downbeat when you know you showed tremendous character there, and you know when he won that respot and then he won the following frame, it started to look like the match was slipping away from you quite quickly. You showed some great character tonight, even if the standard wasn't up to the, you know, to the requirement that you demand of yourself.
Yeah.